golden thread for that movie.
I mean, the weirdest thing probably had to be the advertising when I first showed Slur the picture of Leto in the robes and stuff. He went like, "We were living a religion, Batman." Like it was because he's wearing like the crown of thorns, and we never saw that in the movie. And it's just like, what the hell?
Oh
is
yeah,
this?
it's got nothing to do with the movie other than his hair is long.
Yeah,
so they just kind of did a Jesus thing as a promo picture. It was so bizarre. We now have a unfiltered look into Zack Snyder's creative vision, and there is no greater testament to why he should never be allowed near a fucking camera again.
Or at the very least not allowed near like fucking superheroes.
Dude, I swear to God, if this somehow manages to resurrect the DCEU, I'm gonna be really disappointed.
I mean,
I did hear one person say it's basically the same film but just 4 hours long. That was one complaint.
I mean, pretty much. Like, it's not different enough.
It's basically just he's cut some of the stuff that Joss Whedon put in, and almost everything is in slow-mo. Because absolutely everything is an important capital I moment.
Yeah. Anytime something happens with Wonder Woman, we either hear her theme or the ancient lamentation.
So that's why it's
the exact same sound clip every single time as well. It's like a meme.
Yeah. Is that why it's 4 hours? Because everything's slow mode just to feel the
beginning felt like that.
Yeah.
Like,
holy shit! The first hour is a slog.
Yeah, we were like, even with minimal pausing, like I think in the first hour we only paused like around like 5 times, and we still felt like it's like, oh my god, we're only an hour in. What the hell?
And you get these bizarre intermissions where it cuts away to Lois Lane, and you know those perfume ads where it's just like a pretty girl being sad, but then she finds the perfume and it brings color into her life or some bullshit like that. It looked fucking pixel for pixel like an ad. The cheesy music, the desaturated thing, except for like the color red, all of it. It was an ad, and it was so disjointed from everything else. It was like many things. It was bizarre.
Yeah, it was really fucking bad. And at one point, like Martian Manhunter shows up dressed as not dressed up, disguised as Martha.
Yeah, Martian Manhunter. We get his reveal in drag as Superman's mom.
Yeah, he just shows up and he's just like, "Oh, you gotta be a reporter again." Lois walks out, transforms. It does like the porno show. It's like, it's Martian Manhunter. Then he turns into the general guy from Man of Steel and BVS. It's just like, because we really need you, Lois. It's just like, it's like, really? We need you of all fucking people?
Yeah, remember Flash said she's the key.
Yeah, she's the key, and not to mention is the entire reason why in every alternate universe why Superman goes evil. Like they specifically like show him holding Lois's skeleton, and Darkseid puts a hand on his shoulder and he goes evil, and it's like, I'm pretty sure it takes more than that to make him evil.
Love you.
No, see, it's like Wanda, you know, she's just really sad, so that makes it okay.
She's just really sad.
Yeah, she's dealing with grief, remember?
Yeah, just has to deal with all of that grief. So
because she dated Superman for like a week, and now she has the big sad.
Well, I mean, for at most it was probably only like half a year, like that.
Oh yeah, most. 6 months tops. Like, there's no way they dated longer than that.
So, how would you like to be called for this? For this call, would you rather go by Cinematic Venom, or would you rather be Rob? Like, what's the dealio here?
You might as well just do Cinematic Venom. It's what people know me as. Fuck it.
Yes. Just embrace it.
Yeah, as soon as you try to move away from the channel, the name is just branded onto you.
Yeah. Fuck it. I'm Cinematic Venom.
Yeah, embrace it, man. You're part of a larger community now.
Yeah.
You gotta,
not by choice.
Yeah, not by choice. Yeah, we kind of just roped you into this, and we're just like, all right. You're now going to be a prototype long man. Hope you enjoy the transition. We just put a gas mask over your head.
It's either cinematic Venom or the for no reason guy. That's all I am now.
No, the amount of the thing is you became such a fucking meme in our community.
Yeah,
that's just
I was there when they were being made live.
Yeah,
I was actually in the Discord for that episode, and it went absolutely ham. People were losing their minds, man. You made them so mad.
Some of them were great.
Well, the thing is, it was either that or a gay joke, because those are your your main two things when you made that video.
Yeah, just gay jokes everywhere.
That and then the constant the constant bringing up Doug Walker, who we actually we've recently.
I was one of those people who was convinced that you were like a Doug Walker clone, which is why when I actually saw the documentary thing, completely unprepared. It's like I never did movie reviews before this. I made diss tracks on other YouTubers, and here's some examples. I learned that day. Boy, I died.
Yeah, and then Slur and I, we watched you reviewing your own video, and it was very interesting because you took back some of the things you said, and it was that's where we're just oh man,
some others.
Yeah, you doubled. I'm trying to oh man,
Frodo being a boring character, I think, is the main one that still gets in everybody's craw.
Well, it's kind of just because what kind of got threw me for a curve was the does anyone in this movie have any character? And it's just did you watch the movie?
Yeah, I think my main I had quite a short attention span, and my attention span with movies has grown a lot more since then. One of my favorite films is Titanic, and that's 3.5 hours. And considering it takes, I think the iceberg doesn't hit until the 2-hour mark. That requires a lot of patience.
Half hour, 40 minutes at the end when they're actually out there.
Yeah, so it takes a lot of patience, and when it's all set on a boat, not a lot is going on. So I don't know quite why I'm so invested in that, but then this whole big epic fantasy just bored me senseless. So I do want to rewatch it and give it a fairer chance.
Well, if you ever want to, we'd be glad to, because I own the extended editions. We'll glad, everybody's offering, everybody, eventually it's just gonna be this massive call where Y.A.R.P, EFAP, South Podcast,
100 people Discord call.
Yeah, where it's like
an actual digital cinema.
Yeah, we're all just, and we're all just staring at you. We're not staring at the movie. We're just so what'd you think of that scene? What'd you think of that?
Yeah.
Every 10 seconds there will be
yeah. So what did you think of that scene? It was just the carriage going down the road in Hobbiton. See, that's where you're wrong. See, that's
no. It's not just a road. It's the Ithmil of the Shire. Okay, it's really important to the lore.
Yeah, don't you know the lore, man? Maya Iluvatar, or whatever the fuck his name is, the god of Tolkien's universe, he constructed that hill personally for Tom Bombadil. Oh my god. Even I fucking laugh at my own nerddom sometimes. Jesus Christ. So let's see. We have some questions for you, because from our own community, because I basically just kept hitting them with a bat, being like, give us questions, give us things to just talk about. Let's see, I'll throw one up right now. Let's see. What was with the comparison with Harry Potter when you came to the storytelling of Lord of the Rings versus Harry Potter? What was up with that?
It was just because I'm a big Harry Potter fan, because I'm British, so you have to be. It's just the two big epic fantasy franchises, and because I love Harry Potter so much, I guess I just compared absolutely everything. I don't know, some of them didn't even make any sense. I'm just well, Harry did this, so why can't Gimli do this? Yeah, it was just me being a biased douchebag, especially when you're comparing, you can't really compare 8 films to 3. as well. That was like especially unfair.
Well, I'm a huge Harry Potter fan as well, and like these guys, Star Wars is their thing. You know, they grew up with it. Harry Potter was mine. That was my childhood, everything. But what I would say is that they're two different kinds of fantasy. Like Lord of the Rings is considered the high fantasy, you know, it's its own world, own languages, that kind of thing. And Harry Potter is more of the modern fantasy in a modern world. So in that way, it's kind of not fair to compare the two. But
Yeah, that's fair.
I can see the wanting to, you know, just because. Yeah.
Yeah,
there is an element there that can be compared because Harry does have kind of the classic hero's journey thing going on. You know, just in terms of that writing element, he's built from formula. I would argue he's maybe not the best recipe interpretation of that formula, but he's a fine point of comparison if you want to use him for that. It's just comparing him to Frodo in terms of their journey, fine, but the specifics of how each one would deal with a situation, you're in the weeds, you're in no man's land, because the argument ends as soon as you point out that they're different people.
I can't, and also if I remember correctly, like something that set off a lot of the E.F.A.P community was there was no reason for Frodo to leave Middle Earth. Like there was nothing that showed his journey when it's just like it was once again just like another. Were you not watching the movie?
Yeah. 9 hours of action, and I'm like, nah, no reason.
Boat. It's like, you went on a walk, man. Just calm down.
It's just like, oh, boo-hoo! You went outside. You got the fresh air. That's more than we can do right now.
Yeah.
Why don't you be grateful, you fucking 4 foot tall son of a bitch?
All the gay jokes leading up to it, I was amazed that there wasn't like a "Hey Sailor" gag at the end when he went off the boat. It was wide open. It was only one.
That is a very good point. Very good point.
We're just like, it's like there were too many gay jokes, but at the same time, why'd you miss this one?
You hit all of them. How did you not? I think there was actually one in there, anyways. So
no, it was as Frodo was kissing Sam's head. It's like, no, you're supposed to kiss me somewhere else.
That hilarious knee slapper. How did I forget?
I'm a mature adult.
Allegedly.
Yeah, allegedly we're all adults. In terms of I had a question. Let's see. This one comes from so you've mentioned how that there's hopefully no beef between you and Mahler. Are you ever hoping to fucking get onto E.F.A.P and basically meme it up with the rest of them?
Yeah, for months I thought, because I didn't really dive into E.F.A.P, I didn't really know much about them, so I thought they were complete pricks who were attacking me for no reason.
We got it!
Because we got it, you got it. Yeah, I just thought, well, I don't like Lord of the Rings. Like, you know, the review's not that bad. Leave me alone. And then it wasn't until I sat down and actually watched it, I'm like, oh. I see the problem.
While, you just thought they were the world's most powerful Lord of the Rings fanboys or something?
Yeah, I thought, why weren't they just... What is the big deal? And then I rewatched it, and I'm like, okay, I do come across as a massive asshole. And then... got comments all the time saying go on E.F.A.P, but like E.F.A.P would have to reach out. So then I put out a tweet saying, yeah, I'll go on E.F.A.P. And then I was invited by Southpaw to go onto his. So I was like, you know what? Fuck it. Let's see what happens. And I was always hesitant because I thought I'd be like ganged up on and just kicked on, I guess, but now I'm like a lot more laid back, and I was like, yeah, fuck it, and I went on Southpaws. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, I heard
So
that.
yeah,
Yeah, well,
I'm
I
more-
listened to a good chunk of that as well.
And
Yeah, I
Seth
mean-
has been on this show as well, just kind of shooting shit back and forth, so we know that he's good people.
Mm-hmm.
Because there is an element that actually would have just brought you on to take the piss out of you and just be dicks. You know, the ones who take the whole toxic brood mentality, but they don't realize it's supposed to be a joke.
Yeah.
I mean, Mauler was on that stream, but he left like about a minute or two after I joined. So, he did put on Reddit that there's no beef between us. So yeah, I'd love to go on EFAP. It'd be fun.
Yeah, that's ultimately, well, that's kind of our goal as well. Just hopefully, just be like, we'll just receive the golden ticket.
Your goal, I'm fine, honestly, unless.
Well, it's mine and
because
Ninja's
we are
goal.
working on a video that's criticizing a movie that a lot of people have some strong feelings about. So
Yes.
if because of that anyone ever actually did want to bring us onto a stream and talk to us, sure, it's not a specific ambition, at least not for me.
Well, at least
I don't think it's good to be putting out a take so controversial that other people have to bring you on live to talk you through. I'll be honest, Rob, it sounds like a lot of effort.
Let's see. I'm trying to see. So, God, this one has nothing to do with it, and I'm just like, it's such a shit post. Like, what is it? What is his opinions on Israel and China's former one-child policy? I immediately thought, I was like, well, that's the most shit posty type question I've ever heard in my life.
Yeah, just you don't even touch those ones.
Moving on.
Yeah, it's just a laugh and then move on. It's
that's really great.
That one was more just
the one-child policy. What the fuck is wrong with you?
No, it's just he told me this one in the car, and I just burst out laughing.
Just because of how because we had like this is mainly full of a lot of like questions related to the review, of course, and then there's just, what do you think about Israel and China's one-child policy? It's like it just
this one guy really wants to know.
Yeah, it's like, wow, man, he's going for the heavy hitters. He's going for the real shit. Let's see. We brought up so there's two ones related to the Harry Potter. Oh geez, there's was him watching. There's it's just a fucking paragraph. So I'll need to. You guys talk amongst yourselves while I quickly read this.
Well, just so we kind of have a baseline of comparison, what are some of your favorite, go-to movies and things?
It's like, pick a genre. There's so many.
All right, we'll just say like adventure movies, things with a lot of action, that kind of thing. Bubblegum.
I mean, I know I got mixed thoughts. I actually really like Independence Day.
I love
Independence Day.
The sequel's trash, but yes. I love it. I know like Independence Day has like cheesy moments. It hasn't aged very well, but I think it's just a lot of fun.
Well, that's kind of the weird thing when you go and watch it back. The tone of it obviously is very, very cheesy in an endearing way, but it's so consistently cheesy that it doesn't break itself. It saves face the whole time, so it actually nails it.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas I think the sequels, from what I saw, they tried to look too self-aware about it.
The funniest thing about the sequel has to be how they constantly remind the kid who was Will Smith's kid that he was Will Smith's kid in the movie. It's like, your father would have done this. Your father, Will Smith, would have fixed this situation in an instant, Will Smith's kid.
Your father, the Prince of Bel-Air, the one who was fresh, he would have done that.
Yeah,
like they get off.
Yeah, then the mom dies, and it's just like, oh, your father wouldn't have let this happen. It's just like, what are you on?
I'm just thinking about like Will Smith, but like all of his career things, and it's like all of the Daenerys' titles from Game of Thrones. Like every time he walks,
the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air.
Fresh from Bel-Air.
The savior of Independence Day.
The genie that is blue.
It's even because Jeff Goldblum looks so bored in the sequel, and he's not even being Jeff Goldblum, so he couldn't even be bothered to be himself. That's
Which is
basically.
weird. It seems like he needs to exert effort to not do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you
So-
do it out of spite?
I found out there's a TV show called According to Jeff Goldblum, and I was severely disappointed when I found out that the intro wasn't going to be Jeff Goldblum waking up, getting out of his house, and to see the whole world is just him, and just like he just turns and he just sees another Jeff Goldblum. Oh, hi, Jeff Goldblum. Oh, hello there, Jeff Goldblum. And it just creates like this sort of like just a fucking like I almost said Lovecraftian nightmare when that makes no sense. Just this
A stammering Ouroboros, I think is the word you're looking for.
Yeah, where it's just everybody is him. But no, it's him like figuring out like how are shoes made, and it's like you had a perfect opportunity to make what is essentially the greatest comedy of all time, and you wasted it.
You wasted it.
Oh god, now I'm thinking about in Jeff Goldblum in Jurassic Park. No, I'm sorry, Jurassic World: Fallen Kingdom, where like everybody was hyping him all up, and Jeff Goldblum shows up for like a total like 10 minutes in that movie.
Yeah, if that.
Yeah. Let's see. So, what was with that book, by the way? The 1001 Films Before You Die thing.
Yeah.
So that was basically what your reviews were based off of. You were looking in that book, and then you would review the film. Is that how that would?
Yeah, pretty much. And then I had a poll so my subscribers could vote. Or I don't think I've mentioned this before, right? So we had a poll where my subscribers could vote for what film would be next. I had a friend so I just reviewed the Star Wars films, and I survived the fan base. So my friend wanted me to do Lord of the Rings next.
Oh god.
And I was like, no, I don't want to, because I don't like Lord of the Rings and everyone will hate me for it. Ironic. And he spam voted the poll. He voted for Lord of the Rings over and over and over again so many times it won. But I wanted to not review it so much, I went on the poll and voted for The Dark Knight over and over and over until The Dark Knight beat Lord of the Rings. So I did The Dark Knight because I love The Dark Knight, so that was safe. But then my friend basically did the same thing again and voted for Lord of the Rings a million times. So I had to do that. I had to do that next. I had to give in. And I didn't get hate for it for about 3-4 years.
until
like,
that fateful day.
Thanks, Y.A.R.P. Yeah, thanks, Y.A.R.P.
Well, next thing you know, like after you appear, you'll like your subscriber count might just boom, and then just you'll be able to go back to looking at other films from that book that you called Pure Cancer.
Oh, fuck. I mean, I have considered doing not necessarily a retraction, but almost like, no, I don't do reviews anymore, like remaking that review.
Mm-hmm.
I might keep the sketches as they are because I like the sketch, maybe re-edit them somewhat, but re-review it and then put it out there, and maybe that will make E-Fap like me again. I don't know, but it's worth a try.
Let's see.
I mean, compared to most people who've been covered by EFAP, the fact that you're able to be good-natured about it and like, yeah, okay, I said some things that were a little fucking goofy, fair cop, whatever, and just move on like an adult already puts you head and shoulders above so many other people who just got so petty.
I mean, it bothered me it bothered me at the time because I was having a shit week.
Right.
So I was having a shit week and I get tweeted this link. And no disrespect to them all, I hadn't heard of E.F.A.P, so people were like, oh, you're on E.F.A.P. I clicked on it and I only watched about 10 seconds. I got the wrong impression from that 10 seconds because someone in the chat said, yeah, he uses the opinion card. And then someone in the stream just yells, well, your opinion is wrong. And that's all I watched. So I thought, well, fuck you guys. I thought
it was Smiler.
Yeah, I thought they were dicks. I thought they were dicks based on that. So for months, whenever people would say go on E.F.A.P, I was like, well, no. It wasn't until I watched more of the stream and rewatched the review, I was like, okay, they got me. It's all fair game. Because I also I didn't like it that, like I said, I've become more laid back now, but they made some jokes that I took seriously. So, they make fun of a hole in my wall. One of them made fun of me for having yellow teeth, stuff like that. And now I've just become, I don't take, because I dish shit out like that to people all the time. And I'm like, I need to learn to be able to take it if I'm dishing it out. So it's all fair game. It was funny. So yeah, that was the story of that. So yeah.
Honestly, the reaction you had to some of the comments, not even that bad compared to so many of the people. There's this one guy they covered who, he was doing this, sitting in front of a camera and talking to it style video. But he had this like really heavy outdoor coat on, and he just kept pointing with his hands as he talked.
Pointy man.
And they didn't even make fun of him for it. They just kind of pointed out, it's like, why is he wearing that inside? That's weird. Anyways, and then they just moved on. That's all it was. But on social media, when he got to Twitter, he started having an actual tear-filled breakdown about his body image issues.
Yeah,
and people just
I saw that
spamming
actually,
pointy emojis in his comments.
Yeah, because we're more just pointing. Because if anything, I like the jacket was like, oh, whatever. It's a pointing, like everything. Like he would do something. It's like he was doing a JoJo pose every 20 seconds with his pointing.
And every time he did it, the chat just erupted in pointy finger emojis.
And in terms of like other reviewers that have had a bad reaction to EFAP, you've had a lot better of a reaction than say like Twin Perfect. Twin Perfect came on to EFAP, and it was over Batman versus Superman, and they were just asking like the simplest questions, such as like if he thought Batman versus Superman was well written, and if I remember correctly, most of that time he was just trying to just dodge the question, like and also saying things like doesn't believe in death of the author, or he was only tackling the like. Do you guys remember most of that debate as well? I'm kind of pointing for Slur.
Yeah, he mainly just kind of pathetically tried to conceal the fact that he has ever had an opinion ever, like they're fucking contraband, and it just meant the entire conversation was like pulling teeth.
Yeah.
Literal just yes or no questions, and he refused to answer, and it's like, okay.
Yeah, and also, in terms of when you said the whole opinion thing, how is it being used as a card, the whole thing about our crowd actually is like you can have your opinions, but there's a difference between subjective and objective. Like the subjectivisms being like River, you thought the Martha twist from BVS was really great because it gave you a lot of feels.
Well, okay, so this is what I just, as opposed to everything else in the movie, I liked that it was what brought them together, because it just seemed like a nice thing that they're bonding over, their moms, and
in the middle of trying to kill each other.
That it stopped the violence. It stopped Batman from killing him.
So that's
yeah, of course it makes perfect sense because it happened.
So that's the subjectivisms. Now, objectivisms is a very poorly written scene. Like that's just the idea of like Superman saying you're letting them kill Martha, and this just causes Bruce Wayne to just kind of, who's like very intent on killing Superman at that moment, and he's just like, why would you say that name? And
the world's greatest detective suddenly figured out that Superman had a mom.
Logical coherency goes out the window because we need them to be friends now. That's basically the whole point. And you talked about this with Southpaw, I believe. Just kind of those apparently many of us here on the internet who just like talking about movies and shit for obscene lengths of time. We just make this distinction that other people seem not to. It causes a lot of friction.
Mm-hmm. And it's actually just one of those things that like I wanted to chat about just internet criticism in general, and how we were bringing up the difference between objective and subjective opinion. Rob, would you say that you lean more towards which of the? I would assume you lean more on the subjective crowd especially when you made that that video, but you've probably evolved hopefully as a critic.
Wow, just poison the well there, Wyatt. Jeez.
I know. I realized like as I was talking, I was like, "Fuck, that's not how human beings have conversation." That's So, which would you say you lean towards when you're reviewing things? Because it's fine to lean on subjectivisms when you're being like this sort of critic. Like when you're being
might have a less twisty phrasing of the question. When you're looking at a movie or you're criticizing or just breaking down what you thought of it, are you of the group of people who are like, I had fun, it made me feel good things, therefore good movie? Or do you like getting into the nitty-gritty of the writing and did this make sense? These character motivations line up? The detailed shit.
I kind of do both. I mean, I used to pride myself in. I know you're going to laugh before I finish the sentence. I used to pride myself in not attacking other people for disagreeing with my opinion. But when I saw the Lord of the Rings one back, I'm like, okay. And I'm worried that because I don't watch my reviews back. Like I watch it to make sure they're edited fine, but I don't watch them again. I probably have done that with other ones as well. Like,
right.
If anyone from Y.A.R.P is watching this, my review of The Exorcist, this was before Lord of the Rings. The Exorcist review did have the most dislikes on any review of mine. It probably doesn't anymore. So that's another one that might be worth an Y.A.R.P episode because I do not like The Exorcist. With Lord of the Rings, it's I'll say Lord of the Rings is objectively well made.
Yes, it very much is.
It's like the cinematic style. It's mind blowing. The production is insane. And like I say, I've got a lot more patience than I used to, so I'll probably enjoy the pacing now. But when I review films, kind of it depends on the context. Like some movies, I can be like, I had fun, but none of it makes sense.
Yeah,
so
that's
you mentioned BVS.
Yeah.
So BVS, I think, is very, very poorly written. It's a mess.
Yes, it very much is.
There are a lot of scenes in that film that I actually really, really enjoyed, and I saw it in theaters, and I geeked out watching it on the big screen. So, like for instance, I think it's in the trailer. It's the scene where Batman crashes the Batmobile into Superman, and then they square off. Like I think that is a geek out moment.
Do you bleed?
Yeah, the bleed scene.
He waits until he's not even there anymore, and he's like, "You will." Into the dead air.
I always thought that scene was really awkward, more in the sense of like, Superman, just pick him up with like 2 fingers, and like it's like you don't want to fuck with me, just in the sense of like I could very easily do this.
Yeah. I mean, the fight scene. I know the fight scene doesn't last very long, but the fight scene is pretty good. But like none of the plot, or very little of the plot, makes sense. And I think it just, like a lot of DC films, it was just rushed. It could have been something really good.
Yeah, they were really trying to just catch up to Marvel, which even by this point has just kind of just fallen since WandaVision, because we recently watched Falcon Winter Soldier, the season premiere, and like the whole like it's fun but makes no sense, that was entirely like what Falcon Winter Soldier was, because the episode starts and then there's just like explosions happening every 20 seconds. We've got this little drone lasering helicopters in half, and it's just what is going
bananas. Like, I have a good example for that. If you've ever seen Tropic Thunder, you know how it does like the parody trailers at the beginning, where it's just ridiculous, over the top, nothing action version 303. It's that. It's
and
amusing if you're into jangling keys. And some of the Bucky stuff was kind of neat. I did like some of his stuff.
Neat. It was nice, well paced. But the point was more like it was fun, but it's like it completely made no sense. I love Wild Wild West. Like that film is god awful, but because I like watching Will Smith just like cowboy it up and then watch him fight a giant spider at the end, a giant mechanical spider. It's like, yeah, this movie's shit, but I'm having a lot of fun. I almost make it like I remember it was one of the first movies River and I ever watched. It's like, all right, I gotta just get you through this, and she just like, what the movie starts with somebody just running through a forest as a saw blade just chases them, and they're wearing this big magnetic necklace thing, and it's just like, what is this movie? Do any of you guys have any questions, like Slayer, River, Ninja?
Well, you mentioned that you had another review that you thought would be EVAP worthy, but there's another one that you mentioned to Southpaw, your Suicide Squad one. Apparently, it's the angriest you've ever been. So I've actually thrown that out as an idea for something we could cover, just because I'm kind of interested to see what it would be like.
I almost
it's because Suicide Squad isn't the worst movie I've ever seen. The worst movie I've ever seen is an awful film called Pink Flamingos, and I don't know, like I said, I don't watch them over, but that one did set, because that movie kind of fucked me up mentally for days. Whereas Suicide Squad, like a couple months ago, I needed a clip from that review, so I kind of just dragged the footage in and I was skimming through it to get the clip that I needed. And I forgot how angry I get. So there's a part where when I get angry, sometimes in the script I will just write improvise and I'll just rant about anything, if it doesn't make any sense. And there's a part where I'm just ranting about this film, and then I run out of words, and I just release this high-pitched squeal. I don't even know what it is. And my camera, I just make my camera start shaking, and then I think I put in an explosion. But and when I yell, there's a big vein in the top of my forehead that bulges out, and that's a very prominent feature in that review. Suicide Squad. Not a fan.
I love how this is just the opening frame, because I just looked it up, and I'll throw it up for the stream. It's just you just like splayed out like Charlie from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, talking about Pepe Silva. It's like
there it is.
Now, I mean, if we can't think of any other things to talk about, would you want to react to your own review while we just talk about it? Because like
Suicide Squad?
Yeah, because actually amongst the three of us, we've actually recently watched it. I don't remember, because Slayer, you weren't part of that.
You
that
poor
was
things.
Yeah, I thankfully missed that one, but I have seen the movie, so I'll be up to speed. It's fine.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, we can do that.
He literally says it! He literally says it!
This review contains...
What the fuck?
All right, then.
You okay?
I'm okay.
How do you not have high blood pressure?
I did lose my voice quite frequently doing these reviews. In fact, actually, funny story, I used to start wearing a Fitbit, obviously measures your heart rate, and several times while filming I had to take it off because it would tell me, breathe slowly, calm down.
And you're just like, so
God, bought like a watch that tells you calm down, motherfucker. You're getting
I'm sure there's a blooper reel somewhere where I actually have to take it off while filming because it starts beeping at me. And it's like, breathe slowly.
Oh my god.
Get a message on your phone app that just says like, bruh, it's just a movie.
I would get so angry at my phone if that happens. It's just like, God, this makes no sense. Bruh, it's just a movie. Oh, fuck off. Because Brown Table did that. So with Spider-Man 2 like being under scrutiny amongst our community, at one point somebody brought up to a fellow critic called Brown Table the tentacle blade. He just went, oh, because it's a movie. And it's just like, bruh, that is such a non-fucking answer. Oh.
Why did this character decide to do this thing that made no sense? Because it's a movie.
Bruh, because it's a movie.
Because that's how the plot happens. It's like, these are not explanations.
That's not an answer.
I have to reveal spoilers in order to explain the plot and or give my opinion on them, so it's common sense, and if you don't like it and don't want to hear spoilers, fuck off!
Okay, actually...
Alright.
A minute your film walks in the room, it's due, cause this is the place where you go with the film. What's cracking, make the sense, you won't sit on the fence, he's getting burnt in his show. Cinematic venom, cinematic venom, cinematic venom, it's cinematic venom.
So,
the budget, man.
Yeah.
He's like living the high life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
More of an intro than we do, but we have... But do you have transitions? I almost threw the cover back up. Oh. I hit play.
Broken man.
On July the 6th, 2017, I said this. DC, I love you. I'm actually in the minority. But sometimes it just gets very difficult to defend your asses. And this. This is the worst DC movie I have ever seen.
What was the video that you're pointing out to where you said it was the worst?
Can we guess? Is it Man of Steel?
No, it's an old one.
Well, Batman Begins.
No, older.
Batman 89.
Older.
God damn,
Superman?
Dude.
Did you
okay, it was Supergirl from 1980.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So you went for the not only you went old, you went obscure. So it's like I went right past it.
Yeah.
I didn't
even remember
know she had a
Supergirl.
movie.
It was supposed to be like when they were trying out an extended universe back in the 80s, but Christopher Reeve's not even in it. They just mentioned him on the radio because he didn't want to do it or something.
She went into like the version of the Phantom Zone for like 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, Supergirl is
when you describe it like that, it sounds an awful lot like the TV show they went and made anyways.
Yeah.
Why couldn't it have just stayed that way? Just hear me out before you all go crazy. Supergirl is a joke. It's boring, the villain's motivations are that of a 12-year-old girl, the hero is dull, the story drags, but it was low budget, it was in the 80s, didn't have a lot going into it, and honestly it didn't look like much thought was put into it in the first place. But this had everything handed to them on a golden platter, spoon-fed to them. They had every possibility, every opportunity handed to them, and they still gave us one of the most mind-numbingly boring, offensive, idiotic pieces of crap ever produced in cinema history.
Yeah, Suicide Squad's not that good. It's
it's pretty fucking awful. Actually.
And I used to give Suicide kind of the benefit of the doubt because of the trailer. Studio like ripping it to shreds, but then I was like, oh, what would David Ayer's like complete vision look like? And then I saw Bright, and I was like, oh, Bright's a piece of shit. It's like, oh, maybe you're just not a good director.
Probably got hacked apart for a reason.
Yeah.
And there's something you actually said before this, how like DC, it's getting real hard to defend your arses.
Yeah.
Why did you feel the need to if they were just making shit movies? I don't get it.
It's because I defended them more around the time like Dark Knight came out, like stuff like that. I preferred them to Marvel, and then it all went downhill from there. I remember I did get because originally this video was titled "The Worst Superhero Movie I've Ever Seen." I didn't actually say the name in the title, and I got a comment from someone saying, "Oh, come on, it's not that bad." But then right under it, after they edited in after they had watched it, saying, "Never mind."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you like River? You're the most subjective out of all of us. Did you even like one single part of Suicide Squad?
Yeah.
Well, okay. So
name the part.
Ending.
Oh.
No. So
yeah, the credits, but on
I wanna like Will Smith, but I mean, I guess his acting's fine, but
the dialogue they gave him, though.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Can.
Like the acting, I can kind of accept. Not Jared Leto. The rest, I can kind of accept, but the dialogue makes it kind of redundant. It kind of makes me hate it anyway.
For me, I think it's that I'm a sucker for music, and if the music and the acting is pretty good, then it distracts me from other things.
So these songs that were made completely independently of the movie are the things that you like about the movie.
So
do you see the issue?
So you're saying
I'm not saying that makes it a good movie. That means I enjoyed it.
Hold on. Hold on though. So you're telling me the music distracted you from this is Katana, she's got my back, you best watch yourselves, because if she kills you, her sword absorbs the souls of its victims. She can kill you all with a single stroke, just like mowing the lawn.
The
No,
most seamless introduction in cinema history.
Yeah, no, I
Smooth
get
as butter.
Yeah, that's pretty bad. I get that.
Or
I
But I
think the
still
first
like
sign.
some. I
I
still
was just gonna
like
say
some of the characters.
God damn it.
Yeah, I was going to say the first sign to me that the film wasn't going to work was when they're all suiting up and then fucking Eminem's "Without Me" starts playing just randomly. I was just very confused because like most of the music just does not fit.
Yeah,
It doesn't, except for like the most surface level thing. Because this, I can't remember who did the video on why the soundtrack to that movie is the way it is. They described it as like the world's most shallow jukebox. So like, oh, here's Harley Quinn and she's crazy and can't be controlled. So play "You Don't Own Me." Here's a bunch of boys
I
and
know
they're
who you're
doing bad
talking
stuff.
about.
Play "Bad Boys." It's like they just do this immediate word association with whatever's on screen, regardless of whether the tone of the song actually works.
Yeah, I believe who you're talking about is fucking I know.
Was that Folding Ideas? Who did that? Because I know he did the editing video for that.
I think it was both. I think the editing video also was talking about the soundtrack. So I completely lost my train of thought. Oh, with it, yeah, when it comes to Suicide Squad soundtrack, like it's clearly kind of just trying to get off the same vibes as like Guardians of the Galaxy, or at the very least, that's the common comparison. But the problem being is that when those sounds were part of the soundtrack, it made sense because it came from Quill's Walkman that was given to him by his mom, and the sounds, the music fit the scene and the characters really well. But as opposed to Deadshot's shooting some stuff, let's play Black Skinhead by Kanye West.
Well, and if you look at the soundtrack for Guardians of the Galaxy, most of those songs are kind of tonally the same.
Yes.
They're all similar genres. They kind of mesh well together. Whereas the Suicide Squad soundtrack is like all over the fucking map.
Yeah, we've got like Spirit in the Sky. We got Seven Nation Army. Black Skinhead, as mentioned earlier.
Ballroom Blitz.
Yeah, Ballroom
21 Pilots.
Wiz Khalifa.
It's just kind of like, what were you going for? What was the vibe exactly?
Well, I guess it's because I'm just used to modern cinema. This is not an uncommon thing.
I
Wait,
don't know
how
if
do you
that's
figure?
true, because if you look at other musical movies like Pitch Perfect, where they use a lot of pop songs and they'll do the
That's
a
not
cappella
even-
quote unquote versions of them, I'm just picking one of the most musical movies from recent memory that I could grab that uses a lot of pop music. They
Okay,
will pick songs that have a roughly similar tone usually, or they'll deviate from that for like, oh, this is the fight, but she's sad. So then they'll have a sad one, but it's still going to be a pop song, you know?
Mm-hmm.
They keep within a genre to keep a particular mood. Whereas this is just, it's like the trailers for 7 different movies shotgun blasted into one thing.
I mean, I think they were trying to match the tones of the different characters.
That would make sense if like each one of the songs corresponded to one of the Suicide Squad, but they don't.
Yeah, how does "You Don't Own Me"? How does that correlate with
How
Harley
does that
Quinn?
not? You just
She's
explained it
literally
earlier.
in a state-owned cage. They do own her.
Yeah.
That's how.
And this Rob is a good example of the subjectivity versus the objectivity argument.
And why it took us 8 hours to watch the Snyder Cut.
Yeah, we're
honestly just the thing that it makes me think of is like the original XXX soundtrack had 2 discs in it, And one of them was all rock songs for like all the heavy metal and stuff they used during the action scenes.
Right.
And the second disc was all of the like rap and pop songs that they used during more of like the vibing scenes. And so it kind of felt like they were trying to go for that sort of thing with the soundtrack, but instead of like splitting it up like that or organizing it in any way, they just kind of crammed it all together. And it really felt like they didn't have a direction, or like it's like if you were trying to market that soundtrack, who would you sell it to? What's your target audience? You can't even tell me. Like, who would listen to that?
I would totally listen to that because I like a lot of different kinds of music. And a lot of people are, musically diverse.
Well, that's not the problem. That's not the problem. The
Well,
problem
that was the question, though. Who would buy it? And I think a lot of people would buy it.
Anytime you're designing a product, whether it be a soundtrack, a movie, a t-shirt, anything, you're going to have a demographic. You're going to have a target audience.
I understand that, yeah.
So what's the target market for that?
I assume that the target for the soundtrack to Suicide Squad was the hypothetical people who would end up liking Suicide Squad once it released.
Well, I was gonna say people who like mixtapes, because that's pretty much what it is. It's just a mixtape of just various music.
Yeah, and there are some good songs on there that I could see myself.
Yeah, Spirit in the Sky. I actually do kind of like the beat of Black Skinhead. I don't like Kanye's music most of the time.
Ballroom Blitz is just a good song. It's a bop.
Of course,
but yeah,
Bohemian Rhapsody.
It's not like the soundtrack for Guardians. That's something I would just put the album on and just let it play.
Yeah,
I'm not looking for specific songs because it's a whole vibe.
The only song I will skip in the awesome mix, Pina Colada, but that's only because I've heard it so many times. I'm just like, nah, skip. So back to this. Back to trying to make Rob
with the camera for a while.
Yeah, now let's get back to making Rob cringe at his own content. We're just holding him down. Look at your content.
Look at what you've done.
Just hear me out first. It's Suicide Squad. The movie actually began production in 2009, but wasn't planned to be released until 2014, leaving director David Ayer just 6 weeks to write the screenplay for its release date. It shows.
Yeah, I know.
Ryan Gosling was originally the star they wanted as the Joker, and Tom Hardy was also Rick Flag, but Gosling fell through, leading to Oscar winner Jared Leto landing the clown role, and Hardy later admitted he regretted the decision, but he had to back out due to that other abomination he made instead. Great resume!
So I've not seen The Revenant. So The Revenant was the
that was an abomination? Really?
I like that movie. Yeah, I wasn't a fan of The Revenant.
I haven't seen it, so I'll let you two talk about that.
I just thought it was a solid survival movie. It was intense and it was gritty and nasty, but
I don't remember a whole lot from it. I just remember being very bored. Tom Hardy's performance, I don't get. No, he just sounded like he had marbles in his mouth for his whole performance. I couldn't really understand what he was saying a lot of the time.
He did take a bear to the throat at the start of the movie. Take that how you will, but
fair point.
He was a bit gravelly.
And I always found it weird that Leo won an Oscar for that, and he was great in it. It's Leo; he's always great. But I'm like, that's the performance. Like he's done better in.
I think it was more they're finally giving it to him for something in honor of everything he's done.
I would have rather given it to him because of fucking
Wolf of Wall Street.
Yes, Wolf of Wall Street, but I was going to say Django Unchained.
But great. Okay.
Because he's not getting an Oscar for saying the N-word. That's just
no, that's not why. It's the scene when he breaks the glass and he's like still working with like the actual cuts in his hand. No, it's more that not just because he said the N-word. It's like that's too easy.
Fucking blew that role away. He was such a convincing villain. But yeah, he's not getting the Oscar for saying the N-word.
Yeah.
It's just not happening.
Yeah, it's like he gets it for reasons that aren't attached to that, but it's like we just go around that point. It's
So I know everybody's kind of shitting on David Ayer for like Suicide Squad and Bright, and obviously, yes, he deserves both of those. But he has actually done some good shit. Has anyone here seen End of Watch?
Oh, I forgot that it's him. I keep forgetting that it's him every time.
I have not seen it.
It's a really, really good movie. Very like emotionally powerful. It's one of those kind of, I don't know if you'd call it found footage, but it follows these two cops through their day in LA, and it's really fucking good. And that's what kind of first turned me on to him as a director. I was like, okay, this is somebody to follow. And then he did Bright, and I was like, oh, maybe not. And then it was like he did Suicide Squad, and I was like, oh.
It kind of made it made you worried that he was pretty much a one-hit wonder.
But to an extent, but as much as I don't like to talk about it, it makes me wonder if your theory about the whole studio meddling thing might have more merit to it. Because normally I'm like, yeah, I understand the studio did a lot with the editing and they had the trailer company come in and fuck with the footage and all that. But ultimately, I wonder how much of that finished product was his doing versus what they kind of cut it into.
Yeah.
And it's kind of the same thing with like the Snyder Cut. Because,
yeah.
more or less, a lot of the stuff from the original Justice League was still in there, minus like he took out a lot of the humor and the levity. He kind of kept it more monotone throughout, but it makes you wonder, like, if they interfered with Justice League that much, how much of the Suicide Squad debacle was because of that same type of meddling?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we can kind of hypothesize because they were trailer editors. So they would have come in, they would have taken the story he'd already shot, and they would have made the editing more flashy. They would have made it more fast-paced. I don't think they would have actually changed the story at all.
I think there was a decent amount of reshoots on that one, wasn't there?
There was. And there also was a bit of meddling when it came to the Joker and Harley's relationship.
I thought the original version had a lot more of the Joker Harley stuff in it.
It did.
Joker Jared Leto was really mad that a lot of his stuff ended up on the cutting room floor.
Yeah. In terms of the Jared Leto thing, man, so I know he Boyhood should not have been what got him his fucking Oscar, because there's nothing behind Boyhood other than the fact it took 12 years to make.
That's the one with the kid who ages in real time or some shit.
Yeah, it's the thing that Red Letter Media joked about when they made their review of it. Like, oh, did you know it took 12 years to make?
It's another one where I got quite angry at. I hated Boyhood.
Why?
It's what, 3 hours long of not a whole lot of plot.
Yeah, the plot is literally just exactly what it says in the tin. We're watching this guy's boyhood, as in literally the major events of his childhood.
Yeah,
and on some level, there's I suppose it's looking into how these key moments of our young life shape who we become, yada yada. But there's a shorter way to do that. And it's not enough for one movie on its own.
Jake Gyllenhaal was then offered the part but turned it down, but despite this, they managed to cast Will Smith, Jared Leto, Margot Robbie, Jai Courtney, Ben Affleck, and some other people you don't really know or care about. But that is actually an amazing lineup! How could you mess that up? How? The cast were also unhappy as the film underwent many cuts, including most of Jared Leto's scenes, which upset the actor greatly. But not the audience.
That's not true. That's a lie.
Though the director did admit he wished he made Joker one of the main villains after all, and it was a stupid decision to not have done so in the first place.
It makes no sense.
Leto was also, well, a dick. I was hyped to see him in this role, as I know just how good an actor he really is. But regardless of my thoughts on the dude's performance, which we'll get on to later,
Come on, I'm bored.
He would allegedly remain in character the entire time and even send people gifts as the Joker, including rats, dead pigs, used condoms, and anal beads.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just kind of love how his shenanigans on the fucking set of that movie, that's what he's known for now. He's an Oscar-winning actor. He's been in some absolutely incredible movies, and now he's just the used condom in the post guy.
Well, to be fair, like don't do that, because there's being a method
Yes,
actor and then there's being an
absolutely
asshole.
do not do that. You will be the used condom in the post guy. That's your fate.
Yeah, and it's like who was the lady who played Amanda Waller? She was saying that if Jared Leto has done something, her husband would kick the shit out of him. It's like, yeah, it makes sense. You send because they were like doing the screenwriting, like the script reading, and then some guy just walks in. The Joker sends his regards, then throws a dead pig onto the table. And it's just like, it's just one of those things. It's just like, did you have to do that, Leto? Did you have to apparently get that into character? Because we don't see
Who
that.
did he send the anal beads to? Because I remember that was also a thing.
Margot
and I just
Robbie.
can't remember if they were used or not. Yeah.
He sent bullets
Absolute
to Deadshot.
endless bro moments.
It's just one of those.
And the thing is, you compare that to how Heath Ledger got into character by actively depriving himself of sleep and taking insane amounts of drugs. Don't do that either, obviously. But one of these actually prepared you to play the character, and that's its only redeeming quality. Still don't do it. You will die, but...
Yeah.
That's not even funny or have anything to do with the Joker. It's just like he wanted to be a dick and then use the role as an excuse. Which is weird because the director wanted Shia LaBeouf in the movie, but the studio refused because he's an asshole to work with. Makes perfect sense.
I'm here to...
Shia is the fucking Joker. I would have lost my fucking mind.
It would have been amazing.
Actual
and his
cannibal
antics
Shia
on
LaBeouf.
set, can you imagine?
As he's like trying to tell Deadshot to shoot him. Do it! Just do it!
He comes onto set one day, no makeup, but a brown bag on his head with "I am not a clown" written on it.
I forgot about
How
that.
people react.
Oh, I forgot about that shit. There's a
It's one of his
throwback.
funniest meltdowns.
Yeah.
He was in Fury, and I heard he was pretty good in it.
I've heard really good things about that movie. I haven't seen it yet.
There was a video that went viral where this guy was on a motorbike and he's got a camera on his helmet and he stops at a stoplight, right? And he turns to his right and it's Shia LaBeouf in a car, but he looks like he's about to kill this man. All he does is say hi, but Shia LaBeouf looks so angry.
Yeah, I've seen that video, where it's just like he's just riding and just looks over and just Shia just like, hey, how you doing?
It's just so random. It's so random.
I feel like if I ever ran into Shia LaBeouf, I have that song fucking memorized, so it's just like, I gotta make sure I'm not in the dark woods and you're not brandishing a knife.
Find out.
And Margot Robbie also got a lot of backlash just for accepting the role, even receiving death threats as Harley was such a beloved character to take on. Calm down, guys.
Really?
Don't send death threats, no matter what. That's
The
not okay.
idea that an actress that famously hot was going to play this character, I thought people were delighted.
It wouldn't be the first time I failed to do research. I'll Google it.
I mean, you clearly got it from somewhere, so somebody must have said something. I just don't remember that. Although I do remember people worrying about whether or not she would do the voice. You know, Harley has that accent.
Oh, Mr. J. That kind of voice.
I think people were worried that if she did that, it would come across really cartoony and awful.
Well, it's only because
But she
one
was
person,
fine.
only one person can pull that voice off anymore, and she's no longer doing the voice. That's the thing.
I don't think Margot Robbie did bad. And we've got a
No, I'm talking about like when it
death threats. There they are.
I'm talking more about the when it comes to like Batman animated series versus like any other interpretation of Harley. There's only the one actress that can properly do that accent, the Harley accent, as I'm going to just call it. Which I don't. I almost wanted to say it's heavily Brooklyn, but that's probably not it either.
There were a
It's
couple
more
of
of a
scenes
Boston
where,
kind of thing, isn't it?
yeah, it's very much like a New England accent. And there were a couple scenes where she laid it on a little, but not nearly to the same
Yeah.
degree as like in
Oh,
the
you mean when
the
she
animated
started
series.
singing? It was like, what? We're bad guys.
It's what we
Yeah, like
do.
that. And then I think there was one where she was either talking to the Joker or talking about the Joker, and she kind of did the whole Mr. J thing, but she didn't lay it on thick, and she didn't do it like the whole movie, which I kind of appreciated, honestly.
Yeah. Who plays her in the Harley Quinn TV show? It's the lady from The Big Bang Theory, isn't it?
Yeah. And by the way, that show is really good.
Does she do the voice
But
in that?
Haley Cuoco
yeah,
is Harley Quinn?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does she do the accent in that TV show, or does she just talk normal?
I think she does more of the same voice that she does in Big Bang, but I wouldn't know because I really despise the Big Bang Theory.
I mean, yeah.
So I don't recognize her voice from that too much. But there are moments, again, like during some flashbacks and things, where she lays it on a lot thicker. But I think they do a better job in that show of acknowledging that like Harley has kind of gone through phases in her life.
Right.
And so like when she's, working with the Joker and she's doing that whole thing, she kind of acts and sounds one way, but this is focusing a lot more on like the post Joker Harley.
Of course.
And
which is the best
yeah,
version of Harley.
right. But I liked that the show kind of went for this middle ground thing, because a lot of people, when they're talking about that, they tend to skip right to the part where like her and Poison Ivy are a thing. And it's like that didn't happen instantly.
Yeah, that was not an instantaneous thing. That was actually a very much a build up in the comics.
So it was nice to see them kind of spread that out a little bit. But I felt like the humor, a lot of the references and the way that they sort of acknowledge how ridiculous some of these characters are was really on point. And like there's a few moments where like some of that very progressive, sort of social justice stuff kind of like they'll make a joke, but they don't linger on it. And they don't push it real hard. So it doesn't, because I was worried that's pretty much what it was going to be, was like, oh, hey, girl power. And it's like, it's really not. It actually treats these characters with a lot more respect than that.
Yeah, I also do find it funny that in the TV show, the Dark Knight Rises Bane voice is just Bane's voice now.
Oh, yeah, dude, that is one of the ongoing jokes in that show that is fantastic. And Bane is actually a pretty big part of it. But just every time he talks, it's fucking fantastic because, yeah, they absolutely do the voice and they fucking nail it. I don't know who they got to do it, but fantastic job.
I mean, everyone's got an impression of it pretty much ready to go. It's just so iconically goofy. I'm glad that actually just became a thing, because between that show, Lego Batman, and I think any Batman thing that ever gets made from now on, he's just gonna sound like that now.
Oh yeah, and just the fact that he leans into it like full tilt, they never hold back. It's never like something that he's doing. They don't, it's like that's just his voice.
Yeah, it's like I was showing Slur clips from Injustice of just him talking, and they went like normal, just him talking with a south of the border type accent, and
you can say Spanish.
I wanted to say Spanish, but it's like that's Spain though.
Or Mexican, since he's actually from Mexico.
Yeah. Well, no,
but they speak Spanish in Mexico.
Yeah, but they have different accents than people in Spain.
Yeah,
that's true.
Well, it's the thing is he's not from Mexico. He's more.
Just say Latinx. I think that's the preferred nomenclature.
Oh yeah, Latinx.
Jesus, no.
Latinx.
No. But he actually speaks with that type of accent, and Slayer, you were just like, that's not what he sounds like anymore.
No.
Yeah, no, that doesn't. In fact, I think they gave him like a generic, big, tough bad guy voice. So they just stripped him of all of his personality.
Also, I can't hear the "I must break you" without thinking Ivan Drago. The "I must break you" from fucking Rocky 4. So back to the back to this.
Back to our topic.
Yeah.
Guys, it's just a comic.
Say it again?
But there were even reshoots after filming had ended. Shooting originally wrapped in April 2015, but once Batman v Superman Dawn of Justice was slated for being too dark and miserable, they spent about $22 million to reshoot scenes to make it more lighthearted, and it did still succeed financially, earning $746.8 million worldwide, making it the second best worldwide debut for any DC movie in history, only behind the aforementioned Dawn of Justice, and the 7th best of any superhero film ever made. But it didn't matter because the movie was slated by critics anyway. Many found the script too muddled with too many characters and bad direction. Others found it too ugly and boring and felt the action didn't really help. Joe Morgenstern from the Wall Street Journal even called it an all-out attack on the whole idea of entertainment.
Oh my god. An
I mean,
attack on the idea of entertainment. Jesus
where's
Christ.
the lie? Where's the lie?
It's bad. It's bad, but it's not infinitism where like space and time get destroyed. And
I
like...
don't know. Crisis on Infinite Earths it's abysmal, but I would argue it maybe is a bit more coherent than whatever happened in Suicide Squad, where the plot is so mind-numbingly simple, but you still have no idea what the fuck anyone is doing or why.
Fair enough.
You paused it. You could just see the pain in my eyes as well. Where you paused it. Look at that.
That's
screaming for help.
That's just another
Blink
one of the
twice if you're being forced to watch bad movies against your will.
You just gotta throw that in the collection.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
We do this with everybody. Don't worry. If I find a good pause, like it's either Slur or myself, we'll more than likely just take the picture of it.
Ow! That's probably gonna be my new Twitter profile pic.
That's gonna or this one. This one with some.
Oh my god!
when somebody says Lord of the Rings isn't that good.
It's World War III.
Others felt the Joker was wasted, and people just thought the movie was rushed entirely to try to keep up with Marvel and their previous success, Guardians of the Galaxy. Yeah. It also won an Oscar. But how could they mess this up? They have
Hold on. So, I really hate the fact that the Oscar went to this one because it was snubbing a film that actually probably deserved it. It was Star Trek Beyond. The category was makeup and and it's like, I'm sorry, you've got like all these awesome alien designs and yet Margot Robbie wearing white pale skin makeup and guy dressed up as crocodile. That one,
it was bizarre as a choice, and I assume it had to do with just general Hollywood chin-wagging.
God
the
forbid
socialites got on task.
God forbid that a Star Trek or like any science fiction film get an Oscar. God forbid.
Especially for the things that they actually get right.
Yeah.
The alien designs, the fact they blend them so perfect with their face. They look like the highest tier cosplayers in the world. They look so awesome.
Yeah,
and then you look at Suicide Squad where you've got fucking leprosy Shrek, Will Smith, who can't keep his fucking helmet on, Margot Robbie in what would be every Thought's Halloween costume that year. It just doesn't stack up.
Yeah, it's just bad.
They have a star-studded cast. They had a monstrous budget. They had the death of Superman to capitalize from. Unbelievable possibilities. So many opportunities just handed to them. And they still messed it up. Let's get this over with and find out why I think Suicide Squad is the worst DC movie ever made.
Justice League would like to know your location.
Do you still think it is? Or has any?
I'd like to clarify, I haven't actually seen Justice League, so there's the possibility it could be worse.
So either version? You haven't
Yeah, I haven't seen either version. I might watch both back to back.
Oh,
Oh,
Jesus.
that's gonna be rough.
hold on. You okay? Just put the
You
gun.
Sounds
don't
like a
need to
cry
do this,
for
man.
help.
There are options. There is a life you can still live.
Put the gun
It's not
down.
over.
Put the gun down. Just
Stand
Who
off
hurt
the
you?
ledge, sir.
get off the chair. No, not that way. No. Watch. Watch. I almost want to say watch Snyder Cut first because it's the longer one, and then like the next day, like watch Justice League because it's.
If you're even up to watching both, or if you just want
Yeah.
to watch one of them to catch up, I guess. But neither one is gonna. It's
I
gonna blow
mean,
your mind.
the argument's still happening as to which version is canon. So.
Wait, seriously? I
Yeah.
thought it was just kind of accepted that Snyder's was canon because the whole reason people wanted that cut is that it's his original creative vision in all of its fucking square aspect ratio glory.
No, then I think DC straight up said that no matter what, Joss Whedon's cut is still canon.
And does that change anything, really?
Well, I mean, they're the ones that make the films.
No, I mean, like, in the canon, does it actually change anything? I don't think it really does.
Cyborg's dad being alive or dead. How Martian Manhunter coming in, like there's all that stuff. But I don't think it really does change much. It just changes like surface level things and the general tone.
Yeah, so that's fine.
Yeah.
In that case, I don't think it matters which is canon.
Because it is. So we open with Hancock, Deadshot, played by Will Smith, pretending a punching bag is the academy after Pursuit of Happiness lost, as we're shown the guards treating him like crap with terrible food, and they laugh when he threatens them. I can see why. Before we introduce to Harley Quinn, played by Margot Robbie.
You know the rules, Hotness. You gotta keep off these bars.
And these bars?
Yeah, those bars. Oh my God. You are really in bad shape upstairs, lady.
Because she licked some prison bars. She's crazy because she licked some prison bars. There we go. Just 2 minutes in, and we've already hit the main problem with this movie.
So, wait, hold on.
It's fucking subtlety! Now, I am not a...
So, I'm trying to think about, because I'm trying to just do this normal, regardless, because I would say he was just more commenting, like, that was just the latest example of Harley showing how crazy she is, and the guard was just commenting on that. Like, it was,
Okay, I mean...
Yeah, like, I was just, like, a thing that it just talked about, I don't know.
Comic book fan, and I won't pretend to know the source material that well, but from what I can gather, Harley was a shrink who the Joker sent insane, and she's a complete schizophrenic. But this movie tries to shoehorn in the fact that she's nuts. No, like every chance they get.
You are really in bad shape upstairs, lady.
She's crazier than him.
Sorry. The voices.
That is just a whole lot of pretty and a whole lot of crazy.
God, if you weren't so crazy, I'd think you were insane.
Hey, craziness. Don't they say about the crazy ones?
I'm off my meds.
But the movie doesn't once, not one time, does it ever show her actually being crazy. Now, I have seen both the theatrical cut and the extended cut. In the theatrical version, there is next to no indication that she's nuts. Other than, literally saying it.
Sorry. The
Yeah,
voices.
they do a lot
Just
of...
say-
They do a lot of telling, not showing.
Yeah.
They talk about how crazy she is, but she just kind of acts, quirky.
Yeah,
and that's it.
Yeah, there's a difference between quirky and crazy because, yeah, Harley is like, I don't want to say she's crazier than the Joker. That was the weirdest statement by Amanda Waller in that film.
Yeah, she was crazier than him. I think it's just kind of bigging her up as justifying why she's there because she really shouldn't be.
Mm-hmm.
So we have a guy who can shoot and never miss. We have a huge crocodile motherfucker. We've got a pyrokinetic bitch with a soul-eating sword and some mad bint with a bat. Okay.
Wait,
Fucking A-team over
you
here.
forgot Captain Boomerang and Slipknot, the guy who can climb anything.
Okay, Boomerang is the best character in the movie. I'm not going to slander him. And Slipknot, I mean, his climbing skills are mind-blowing, and that's all he had going for him.
I would love the idea of like if he actually survived most of the movie and he's like they gotta climb something really high and he's just like now's my time to shine, and then he just starts climbing. Because the thing is they made him like I don't know if in the comics he's Native American, but they cast a Native American guy. It's like, oh, I'm going to climb that tower now. Like that's where the Slipknot shines. That's where they play the triumphant music of like, I don't know, they play Can't Stop Me Now by Queen. And it's just like I don't know how I'd react to that scene. I think I'd just end up laughing because I'm just like, weren't you supposed to die at some point? Who
also,
are you?
during the lines of like, I'm having such a good time, he's just him beaming as he's actually finally able to climb.
It's like, oh, thank God.
Everyone's inside taking the elevator. They get there like 20 minutes before him, and he's just having the time of his life.
Shooting star through the sky. Just like, just shows him with a big old goofy grin on his face. I would pay to watch that scene, actually, just to be like, what is like, just to see the awkwardness of that scene, because it cuts to him just climbing and having the time of his life, cuts to complete silence in the elevator.
Oh, dude,
Can't
start a
stop
whole
me
internet
now.
campaign on Twitter. Release the Slipknot cut.
Release the Slipknot cut. They're worried. They're talking about like the band's like, what?
Saying you're crazy doesn't automatically make you crazy. I'm a YouTuber with 1 million subscribers.
Rat shit.
In the extended cut, we do get a lot more.
All right, I kind of liked that, but only because it made me think of 40K with the fucking orc logic. Believes a thing happens. Oh, sweet.
Yeah, you just gotta manifest that shit, man.
Yeah, no.
Manifest subscribers.
No, that's like the most hilarious thing, Rob, if you don't know anything about 40K. The orcs literally, like, if the biggest orc, who is the boss, believes in, like, if they, like, say you're driving a car, the car stops because you're out of gas, they're like, the boss will go, no, I just filled it up, like, 5 minutes ago. The other guys would believe him, like, yeah, I saw you do that. And then they turn the car key, the engine would turn right back on. Like, they just universally believe it just happens.
Yeah, so you've got these brutal, like, hyper oppressive Imperial soldiers and space marines and aliens and all that dark shit, and these just big meat-headed green dudes running purely on the power of imagination. It's a bizarre kind of lore, but it's
and they're
awesome.
just having the time of their lives.
In the opening, she gets electrocuted and gets a flashback to her being tortured and tormented by guards, but also she has a lot more scenes with the Joker. In these flashbacks, she shows some signs of insanity, but once back to present day, there is nothing other than her announcing it. She parades around the entire movie acting like some annoying, bad-mouthed blonde, but never a crazy chick. I'll be making several comparisons, but Corey Michael Smith in Gotham as the Riddler. He started normal and it was a slow decline to madness. And they showed it. He was schizophrenic. He had constant arguments with his own inner thoughts, the voices in his head. He was nuts. It actually showed him struggling with other voices. Here, she's just crazy because she said she's crazy. She said she had voices in her head, so that means she's nuts. Margot Robbie does an amazing job in the role with what's given to her, but the script just doesn't do her justice. She's pretending to be a psycho in a script that shows no signs of her being a psycho.
So I actually, because as far as I know, none of us in, like, as far as the main Y.A.R.P cast have seen Gotham. Rob, how is it? Like,
I've seen like most of the first season, and I really like Penguin in that show. He's a really good version of that character.
So the first season's a bit slow. It took me a few episodes to get into it, but yeah, Penguin's great. Riddler's great. Second season, I think, is where it picks up because that's when he becomes Riddler and it gets really, really intense. Third season's pretty good. Fourth season is when the show just starts getting ridiculous. Like, for a show that's based on reality, almost every character dies at some point and comes back from the dead.
What?
And it's yeah, honestly,
What?
it's just ridiculous. It's so absurd. And then by the time season 5 came out, I had very little interest in continuing it. I tried it for an episode or two, so I've not finished the show. But season 4 was it just gets so over the top. They even make a joke about it. So there's Commissioner Gordon. Commissioner Gordon's a cop, and he's not a commissioner yet. And his partner actually has the line, "Does anybody actually ever stay dead in this town?" And so that doesn't make it okay to point it out. Like, for instance, Penguin gets shot about 3 or 4 times, one of which he gets shot and falls into the sea and still just shows up a week later like, hi.
It's like, well, that sucked.
Yeah, Penguin isn't exactly like this big, massive guy. He's like the nerdy kid you picked on at school. And yeah, it's ridiculous. The acting's really good, but I'd recommend the first 2 or 3 seasons, but other than that, nah.
I heard they really
just Googled it, by the way. It ended at season 5, so I think
I heard,
you and the studio were in the same boat.
I heard they very much tried to make I can never remember the actor's fucking name. He plays Cal Kestis in Jedi Fallen Order. He's in Shameless. They tried to really rush him becoming the Joker, to the point and then when it shows him finally being Joker, he's got the white skin but like none of the hair.
Oh, Cameron Monaghan, is that his name?
Yes, Cameron Monaghan.
Yeah.
And it's just like they killed him off, and then it's just like, no, I'm his eviler twin brother.
Yeah. It's weird because the first time he's the Joker, he's good, but he's clearly doing a Heath Ledger impression.
Right.
Then he dies, but not really, and then he comes back, and I actually really like that portrayal because he plays it. I don't know, he just comes across a lot more calm, and that was more creepy. It was like something out of a horror film. I actually really like that portrayal, but yeah, good show to start with, but then it just dropped off.
Yeah, fair enough. You said you like the more calm, quiet version of the Joker. Did you see Joker 2019?
No, but I've heard
movie.
Dude,
yeah, I've heard he was really good.
Yeah, Joaquin Phoenix's version was so good. Actually, we did Slur and I really fucking blanked when we were watching this other reviewer called High Top. We were talking about Batman '89, and we were talking about live action Jokers. Slur and I completely blanked and forgot about Joaquin Phoenix.
Yeah,
Joker.
we just in our heads we were looking at everyone where, Batman is fighting the Joker, and we forgot the best Joker almost definitively.
Yeah, and Ninja was just like, you guys being fucking idiots, and we're just like, all right, who's your pick? And he just went,
yeah, all right, smartass, and he just whips it out.
It's like, oh,
the best one. Is like, oh
yeah, it's like, oh yeah, that makes sense.
But yes, you don't go in unprepared. It is a heavy movie, but it is so worth watching.
Yeah.
The movie is just trying to say something it's not, and I know some douchebags out there are going to be like, Rob, you contradicted yourself. You said that you shouldn't judge a movie if it incorrectly follows the source material. You should just judge the film on its own. The difference is, the problem with this movie is it tries to portray Harley Quinn as a psychopath without portraying Harley Quinn as a psychopath. You can't have it both ways. Just make her a psychopath.
Do something.
Anyway, we then see that the world is a completely changed place after Superman died.
Pause.
Yeah.
There's something in there that actually comes up with us a lot.
Yeah, the adaptation
argument. Because some people will say, oh, this movie was good because it was faithful to the comic, regardless of us pointing at anything wrong with the movie. Or conversely, they'll say it's bad because it doesn't do this thing from the comic. And we're like, but as a movie, it still works. It's still coherent. We like it.
Yeah.
And then you kind of bring that up here, but what you're saying they did was they adapted her, but they left out the parts that made her worth adapting. And
yeah, I mean, I think
we see a lot.
think I point it out later. So they do the when a villain is introduced, they do the little flash thing, and they have a little bio appear on the screen. And on Harley Quinn's, it's only on there for a second. It says that she assisted in killing Robin, and I'm like, why are you like deliberately? You're intentionally leaving out all the interesting things. Like that could have been a whole movie. Harley and Joker killing Robin, or Robin being introduced at all, and the film just leaves all of that shit out to this crap.
I can tell you exactly why they did that, and that's because if she was truly involved in that, and I agree, there definitely could have been an entire movie about that. But then, as the audience, we're not gonna like her. It's hard to make her the protagonist if she and Joker killed Robin.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
they can't actually show her being psycho because then you might be thrown off of how hot she is.
Not to
Like,
mention,
you're supposed to still want your girlfriend to dress like her this Halloween, but also she's crazy, guys. Watch out, she's a bad one.
Not to mention,
they're the bad guys. Remember, they're the bad guys.
Yeah, and also
suicide podcast.
Also, not to mention the fact that if with this version of Batman, if this Joker and this Harley really did like fucking kill Robin, then why the hell are they still alive? Because this Batman would have killed the shit out of them.
Yeah, good point. That is a good point.
That's kind of the reason why like the why Batfleck kind of falls apart is like I don't mind him killing, but the killing kind of needs like the first kill like is normally the Joker if they do that story. But it's normally if Batman's killing people, the Joker cannot exist then because Batman's just gonna kill him. Like they can't fight without that immediately Batman just throwing a batarang right into his throat or something.
Yeah, as soon as he decides that he doesn't have that line anymore, he's just like, well, if I'm going to be the person who does that, there are people who are only alive because that line exists.
Yeah, so they're dead.
That's gonna need to be addressed.
I'm not sure why.
Oh, that was okay. That was video.
Oh,
that was video,
it was
Rob. Yeah, we're just like, which one's the real? Which one do I shoot?
Why exactly? I mean, he didn't really do anything in the last movie that he didn't already do in Man of Steel, but whatever. We'll get to that.
It's taken some work, but I finally have them. The worst of the worst.
You got that right. So this Amanda chick meets up with these two douchebags to give us a long-ass introduction of our main characters. Starting with Deadshot, who opens with the mask but hardly ever wears it because it's Will Smith and he's far more important than catering to comic book virgins.
Oh man, I love you.
To its credit, Smith is actually badass as hell. He's waiting to get paid before carrying out a hit and then he kills them all, briefly putting the mask on for 2 seconds, but it works. Smith is so badass, but what the hell do you expect? It's Will Smith! And that's my issue. It's just Will Smith. I mean, I love Will Smith, and he does a great job in this, but does he actually do anything in it that separates it from his other performances?
Yeah, he doesn't. It literally was just Will Smith just running around being
And
Will
he
Smith.
could have been just Will Smith in The Mask, which would make him at least look like the character, but apparently that's only to appease virgins, so I guess they don't.
Yeah, it's like, huh?
Did you think I was going to let you away with that one? What the fuck, dude?
Well, to be fair, interesting thing about Will Smith is he does have like in his contract that he has control over like his dialogue and things. So if you hire him onto your movie, he can rewrite your script.
Tom Cruise has the same thing.
Yeah, they will never actually take a script that will make them unlikable.
So where's Will Smith's excuse though? Because Deadshot's dialogue was pretty shit. So why?
Yeah.
Oh, but it was shit in ways that weren't. They didn't.
Maybe
make
it was
him
worse.
arsehole. That's the thing.
It basically allows him to be Will Smith and not have to do anything that would make him be less Will Smith.
Like he always has to be the cool guy.
If he shows up and the script already has really great dialogue, then he'll leave it as is. But if your dialogue does something that portrays him in a bad light, then he has the ability to go in and say, nah, we're going to spruce that up a bit.
Yeah, and that's what caused the 2017 Mummy movie to collapse as well, because Tom Cruise just basically took over writing with his team of writers, because he has the same clause. It's really tis of me. And hence why the infamous line of, like, you fight like a younger man when Russell Crowe is younger than Tom Cruise in that, like, just in real life. So it's like, wow.
He's just Hancock.
I wanted to come by and personally say thank you.
Oh, and Deadshot has this subplot where his daughter isn't allowed to live with him because of his life of crime, before Batman himself shows up, again played by Affleck, and although it only lasts a couple of seconds, it is pretty cool to see Affleck and Smith go at it. But eventually his daughter gets in the way and he surrenders arrest. Then we go to Harley. Wait, she killed Robin? She killed Robin? Fucking when? When? What is it with these movies just breezing over important events? Here's Batman. Don't know how he began. He's just Batman. He's going around doing his thing. Wonder Woman, she doesn't need a backstory. Here's Wonder Woman. Fucking accept it. Here's Flash. He's already got a TV series. Go and watch that, because we're not going to fucking build the story. Just watch that shit. What the fuck? And don't you tell me it's because Batman's been rebooted and his origin has been told 1,000,000 times, because Spider-Man has been rebooted about 56 times in the last 10 years. What the fuck? It just oh, by the way, she killed Robin. Where the fuck was Robin in the last film? He wasn't there. He wasn't here. That's a big deal. That's a fucking big deal. And they're like, nah, fuck it. Just deal with it. I'm gonna fucking murder these people.
Okay. Two things. First, they did the exact same thing.
You might have murdered Wyatt.
Sorry,
Yeah,
that was just out of I'm gonna murder. So I was like, what the hell?
And that tirade just kept going, man. You had
I
energy.
was letting it. Yeah, it
Energy
was
for
building.
growth that day.
It was building up, and then just suddenly, I'm gonna murder these people. It's like, okay.
But yeah, the death of Robin. You remember how I think it's Batman versus Superman, where Batman is all dark and edgy now, and he brands people so that they die in prison.
Yeah.
And the only explanation we're given as to how he got broken, why he's this grizzled fuck now, is a Robin costume in the background of one shot that's got like Joker bullshit sprayed on it. So they did the exact same thing in 2 movies with Robin's death, where they put the actual backstory of the character into an Easter egg that most people aren't going to get anyway.
Yeah.
And also,
wow. I forgot about that.
And also to add insult to injury, to the comic book fans, it's like, oh, that wasn't Jason Todd that Harley and Joker murdered. That was Dick Grayson, the very first Robin. It's like, oh, you guys, Zach, do you just hate comic books and this is just your chance to like really piss people off?
So intense.
But look, a lot of these characters aren't that well known to the public, so they're being rushed an explanation right at the start, and yet it's obvious they're just trying to keep up with Guardians. But the problem is, Guardians had entertaining characters who we grew to love over the course of the movie. This just tells you fast backstories right at the start, develops no characters over the rest of the film, and expects you to care. And why does Harley even fall for the Joker? It's never gone over, it's never explained. She is just his shrink, and what, she finds his psychotic nature attractive? And just look at this version of the Joker.
I need a machine gun.
Oh yeah, first off, yeah, the damage, the grills, like, yeah, what do you hey Marco, what do you see?
For it is literally she just falls in the vat of villain juice that dyes her like to Takeshi 6ix9ine, and then she's just Harley now.
Yeah.
Again, this is something that is addressed much, much better in the animated show. Like, they actually really dive into it quite a bit.
Could you remind the audience and myself, because I'm trying to remember?
She is a talented psychiatrist who is brought on to, help work with the Joker. And basically, every other psychiatrist that has tried to reach him or help him or whatever has failed. And the way that they addressed it in the animated show is that there is a bomb plot, and they are trying to locate the location of the bomb. And she's the only one. And they don't think she's going to succeed at all. They're just like, fuck it, we've tried everything else. Throw her in there, see what happens. We're out of options anyway. And she actually manages to get the information from him because she's really fucking smart. And so she uses some things against him and kind of pokes him and prods him in just the right way to get the information out of him. And that's how she earns her job, basically. But it shows how their relationship kind of forms and how she's willing to initially bend the rules for good reasons, because she does have the public interest at heart. She actually is trying to help save lives. But then, like, the more she kind of warps to reach him, the more he's kind of reaching her, and they start this kind of descent.
That's actually a pretty good, like, what you're describing.
But it's something that you have to, like, pace out. You can't just, like, do it in 30 seconds or less. Or there's no investment, there's no meaning there. And so it's nice to see other shows handling it much better. But yeah, Suicide Squad just there was no setup for Leto's Joker, and with this, specifically with this type of interpretation, something that's so different from everything we've seen before, we really needed something to go off of.
Not to mention that the story of Harley Quinn, it's a tragedy in a way. Like, somebody so smart and as brilliant as Harleen Quinzel got corrupted by the Joker, and in some versions is just as evil as him.
Well, and it's not just the Joker. Like, her parents are shit. She had a very successful gymnastics career, but her father was like a gambler and got her into some trouble, so she had to give that up. And it's like, her parents were shit. She was abused as a child. But despite all that, she was smart enough and talented enough to become a psychiatrist. And then it's like, then she, met the Joker and got fucked up. And it's like, okay. And you can kind of see where, how these sequences of events line up and lead to these choices that she makes.
Kind of why, it's why when they paint it as a abusive relationship, I'm like, this is very accurate. It's why I got really angry when my ex-wife was like, "Oh man, I want a relationship that's just like Joker and Harley." And me knowing the comics,
shit,
I immediately
if she wants that, fucking go for it. It's her abuse story, not yours.
Like, I immediately just turned to her. It's like, you don't know what that means. You don't know what that means at all. The Joker did some horrible things. It's like, oh, but they seem to love each other. Not the point. Ugh.
A machine gun?
Talk about a workplace romance gone wrong.
What the hell is he doing? Did he just come? I need a machine gun.
The thing with the eyes, where he just looks like a absolutely delighted, mentally deficient toddler.
Oh yeah,
I was about to go way harder with that, and I had to pull myself back because
we
it's
made
just not a good look.
We made the joke during the Snyder cut, like when he appears, it's just like his didn't you say dying seagull laugh slur?
Oh yeah, his Joker laugh, the thing he does. It sounds like a dying baby seagull.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fucking abysmal. I hate it.
Oh, the only thing that makes it worse in Suicide Squad than when he appeared in the Justice League was that fucking hand thing he kept doing in Suicide Squad with that tattoo. Oh, that was so cringe.
The funniest part about it is, the only reason he has that grill is because Batman knocked his fucking teeth out. So it's like,
you realize with a grill, there have to be teeth there for the grill to sit on, right?
Yeah,
I thought they could sit
either
on like
he
crowns.
Just has gold teeth implanted, or he is just wearing grills. We actually don't know.
Yeah, I always thought it was crowns, and then they put the grill on top of it. Like that, those were not his original teeth.
Black in Snyder Cut.
I don't know.
I remember them being black. They didn't look like they were gold. So yeah, I think that's just what his teeth actually look like. Because he eat cocaine like cereal.
Away from that guy!
I did everything you said. I helped you.
You helped me by erasing my mind.
He teenager trying to sound intimidating.
Oh, I'm not gonna kill you. I'm just gonna hurt you. Really, really bad.
Quite possibly
That
one of the
part of
worst.
the trailer was like the first thing everybody took the piss out of. That first trailer.
Oh, I'm not.
Is everybody on the internet correcting him like, did you mean badly? Did you
That's just Harley on the fucking table. Do you mean
lines I've ever heard in my entire life. And not just because it should be badly.
Oh, god damn it.
Hey!
Hey, he did the thing.
God damn it.
So, way to rip off The Shining.
I'm not gonna hurt you. I'm just gonna bash your brains.
Oh, and the Joker laugh?
Oh, there it is.
That's
It's a cringe
terrible!
band.
Also,
Damn.
they did that joke in Assault on Arkham, and it was actually funnier.
Well, which one?
Which joke?
The whole shocking them and hurting them, you know, when they're all getting their bombs shocked out.
Oh, yeah.
He's like, wait, is this gonna hurt? Yeah, a lot.
Well, but the thing is, like, Harley doesn't even, like, they put the things in their mouth and Harley just spits it out. Just like, because she's like, oh, this is familiar.
Apparently he actually rehearsed this in front of loads of people and he went with the laugh that made them the most uncomfortable. But no, it's just bad. It's weird and not in a creepy way. In a, even I can kick his ass way.
Pin?
Actually, yeah, I kind of agree with that. With that, like, you just like part of you just like, I think I'd accidentally punch you out of reflex.
Yeah, he's just kind of got that twitchy, like, teenager who can't stand still at a bus stop, and you just know he's dodgy or on something, and you're just praying he doesn't try to interact with you, because the second he does, he's going to come out with some edgy bullshit.
Edgy bullshit that's going to lead to a knuckle sandwich, more than likely.
Public transport is a nightmare, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, yeah. Like, it's not...
Believe it or not, it's actually worse in America. We have really bad public transit.
Oh yeah, I have to ride the
I've
train
heard.
with like 17 homeless people a day. Like it's pretty bad. And yet for some reason I'm the one that gets called out. Like, sir, do you have your ticket? I'm like, I almost wanted to be like, okay, yes, I have.
The fact that you usually don't have one though kind of makes that seem a little bit more.
Okay, yes, but
Every time the guard just walks away thinking
like,
he's the cleanest homeless person
you
on
can't
the
exactly bitch about being singled out when you usually don't have one.
It was more the fact that it's just like out of everybody, you're looking at the guy who's like the clean. Like it's like, is it just like the fact they don't have
you
it?
Stick out.
you
Yeah,
know
you're
for a
the one
fact
who should have a ticket.
But it's just like they'd kick all of us off by that point. Then it's weird that they get to stay on.
Listen, you are my guests to this handsome honka honka.
I'm gonna kill myself. This is easily one of the.
Okay.
I did find it, like, I remember even the first time I watched this movie, I thought it was so weird that Joker would be willing to do that.
Yeah,
Well, that's the thing. I read it as like a joke thing. Like, there's no way he actually meant that. But because it's this version of the Joker, you can't.
The way I took it is like it's basically the equivalent of entrapment. Like he's setting the dude up to then basically kill him because he's like, "Here, I'm gonna let you have my girlfriend, you know, for the evening." But then as soon as he touches her or basically interacts with her in any way, he's like, "You're a fucking dead man."
But that's kind of what happens in reverse. So it's like no matter how he answers this, he's gonna die.
Pretty
Joker
much.
just wanted to kill somebody because he's
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah, I
He
guess.
gets dipped in the villain cream.
He's got to do something crazy, so he sells Harley out and then shoots the guy. He's crazy. Hold on, my monitor disconnected.
Sorry, we can just sit here analyzing this guy's tattoo arrangement.
His nose ring.
Better or worse than Joker?
Better.
Worse.
They've got some kind of cohesive look to them at least. and none of them are as blatant or stupid as just written damaged on his head. He's got like a third eye thing going on, so you can tell he's like into his drugs and pseudo mysticism bullshit. He's got the cross under the eye, probably been in prison. And then he's got whatever the fuck is growing on his head. Is that his hair?
I don't know.
Or is that another tattoo?
I just scoop my microphone over so I can keep talking. Yeah, in terms of oh man, are those gauges he has in his ears? I'm looking off my other monitor, so I've got like
No,
the
those are
tiny
just
little...
really big rings.
Okay.
He's got 2 big rings or big hoops for his earrings, which in club lingo means he's a hoe. The bigger the hoop, the bigger the hoe. And a bull ring, because I guess he's a dom or some shit. I don't fucking know. Or he's just a furry. His persona is a cow.
I mean, if Batman's is a bat, so... What's worse, a nose ring or a lip ring? I hate almost all facial piercings because they're just weird.
I think lip
I
ring,
don't mind
anything
nose
around
ring.
the mouth.
There we go.
Yeah, I think lip rings generally look worse.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of just against. I'm not against. If you want to have them, fine. I just personally I'm like not into them. Facial tattoos. I'm like, ugh. Then again, I was.
Oh yeah, no.
Then again, I was raised like it's that Midwestern like, that thought process of if you have a face tattoo, you're not gonna get a job.
Yeah.
I mean, you'd
Meanwhile,
have to.
you look at some of the wealthiest motherfuckers in the music industry. Like
Yeah.
Post Malone looks like a 3-year-old sketchbook.
Oh
I
my
fuck-
God.
He's just out there. He's one of the weirdest celebrities ever, by the way. If you've ever just kept up with his antics, he's a shitpost come to life. He just does random shit, drinking and smoking and laughing the whole way.
Post Malone makes me laugh because I'm always just like, okay, dude, I get it. You're like famous and shit. But if your music career fails, what is the next step? I could not imagine you getting a 9 to 5.
Yeah, what is plan B?
Say the music industry burns to the fucking ground. What then?
Honestly,
I don't
having
know,
listened to
become
the
a
dude
pimp?
talk, I'm convinced that if the music never took off, he would just be poor and also still making the music. Is that he lives for it. It's like the most genuine thing about him. It's bizarrely wholesome in its own way.
Fair enough.
Worst performances ever put to screen. I don't even care. There probably is a specific comic that he's adapting this performance from, but it is terrible. He makes Jesse Eisenberg's Lex Luthor seem a whole lot better. Yes,
Wow. Jared Leto makes
Wyatt, you would know, is there a comic book version of the Joker that's anything like that, or is it just
so him? Okay, so in terms of performance, no. In terms of physical look, you could kind of make the argument that All-Star Batman and Robin's Joker, like, it could be one of the inspirations because that's a Joker that has tattoos, but it's a dragon tattoo, kind of in the same way that
showed
he's
us that one.
Yeah, in the same way that he's got like a Yakuza tattoo. That was what I was trying to compare it to. And
yeah, I wouldn't really compare them that much, honestly.
yeah, but it's a surface level comparison. Which is all they ever really did, really. Is surface level comparisons between the various Jokers because like Rob was saying, the Joker of Gotham was pretty much just trying to be Heath Ledger. Yeah, there's not really much to bring out of Leto's performance other than we live in a society, Batman.
It's all Leto, and also, I agree, Luxembourg is better than this.
There were at least 2 scenes I liked Eisenberg in, whereas Leto, I hated every single.
I mean, I did as well. I did as well. It's just, man, I also as one of Superman's greatest enemies, man, Eisenberg really fucked that up.
Did any of you guys feel? I don't know if this is what you were already talking about, but did any of you guys feel like he was actually pretending, like, or imitating the Joker in his performance?
Eisenberg? Yes, Eisenberg
Yeah.
was just basically being the Joker. Even Nostalgia Critic made that joke where he basically was slowly just dressing up like the Joker throughout the review. To the point that when he offers Superman a red Jolly Rancher, he smashes it back into Lex's face, forming the smile. He basically was just being the Joker.
Yeah, that was weird.
Because they made Lex Luthor all manic and stuff, and it's like that's not who Lex
Yeah,
is.
that's not him at all.
It's kind of the problem of like you end up pulling from the adaptation argument. It's just like Lex is normally known for being like calm and shit.
Yeah,
Like,
cold, calculating, and intimidating.
yeah, which is
You
why
don't even need to
Walter.
pull an adaptation argument. You just look at who his character is. This
Right.
extremely wealthy, influential business guy. Why would someone like this be intimidating? Well, they're probably really good at organization. They're really good at like pulling strings and getting their way. What kind of person fits this profile for this character? What kind of character would make sense for this role? Jolly Rancher into a senator's mouth, laughing maniacally as I create a doomsday Frankenstein bone man.
Yeah,
I'll
and
take
putting
that.
a jar of piss on the senator's.
Yes. So,
Granny's peach tea.
Hold on, sweetie. What did you think of that scene? Granny's peach tea.
Oh, fuck off. Yeah, I was like, die, just die.
That scene has a myriad of problems. One of the thing being that is piss yellow, meaning that fucking thing smells. So how is the senator just being like, so we're here to moves jar. So we're here to moves jar even further. Looks guy explodes. Like, you had like ample opportunity to notice that was there.
Or she just leaves it there while she gets on with her job. That's the weirdest part. She doesn't have the bailiff remove it, doesn't alert security that somebody was at her desk. You know, she's a Supreme Court judge or something? Like, that's a big fucking deal.
She's a senator from Kentucky. So she's part of like the DOD council or something. I don't know. But it is weird that's just like she's just like, what the fuck? Is that a jar of piss on my desk?
No, it's tea.
Oh, okay. Oh, God.
That bad, I went there!
I love this guy.
His look is great. He looks like a badass Joker, but the acting is where it loses me. Once the images were released...
Hold on there.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Rob, you want to say
Good
something?
pause.
Okay.
You want
to justify some of that?
You want to...
Okay, so when Jared Leto was announced, everyone like flipped, and I thought, no, Jared Leto could be really good. And then then they released the look of the Joker, and I thought it looked all right. I thought this is at least a different look.
Right, yeah.
I don't know why I called him badass. I retract that statement.
Okay.
Are we thinking of the same original promo images where he had like the long purple coat that looked like it was made of crocodile skin, and it was just a white background that looked like a Halloween costume ad?
Yeah, I thought it could have been. I was optimistic, but yeah, I take back that statement. He did not look badass at all. It was doomed.
And it wasn't all of it. Like the grills, the long coat, the fancy suits. You can make Joker work with those things, absolutely.
Yeah.
It's just the lipstick.
That's the one. Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, there it is. There's another one as well with the long coat. But yeah, the tattoos threw me off immediately because he's got the ha 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 thing on his chest, which is something a lot of Heath Ledger fans got on them. The ha ha ha.
Yeah.
Then there's the damaged, all of it.
See, and this
It's
is
basically just because it's his own branding. It's like he's aware of the fourth wall and the fact that there are Joker fans in real life, and he wants to be one of them, I guess.
See, this was apparently in the A.R.P cut. Like, because people are saying, people with the whole Snyder Cut, people are like, release the A.R. cut of Suicide Squad, and I'm just like, I don't want to see that, like, at all. Come on, where? Oh, there it is. This was the one image that would never saw in fucking Snyder Cut. We live in a religion, Batman. He's the fucking crown of thorns. You think?
Well, there's the long coat on the left. I think that's the
Yeah.
one he's talking about.
Well, that's
Yeah,
part
there's
of
a
it.
full version of that one.
Hold on. Let me see if I can.
I think it's up a little bit.
Oh God.
Oh God, the fucking snarl.
Again, it just makes you want
Did
to
they-
punch him
The
in the
hands.
face.
He's doing the hand thing.
You mean that?
Yeah. Or the one on the left, like with the colors.
You'd almost want to edit the hand out so that's just what his mouth looks like.
Yeah. Let's see. There was one in this is like one that was in the actual film where it's like, yeah, it's like this weird crocodile like leather looking thing.
And his bling. The Joker wears bling.
I fucking hate that. Of course, I kind of just don't like bling in general, but on him especially, it just didn't fit.
Especially with all that purple, it makes him look like a pimp.
Yeah, I mean, I think
really
that's kind of what
shit
they were
pimp.
going for.
Throw the cover back up. Okay.
I was psyched, and Jared Leto is an amazing actor, so I was even more pumped. But what the volcanic erupted hamster shit is this? He's constantly like that 16-year-old who wants to try to hang out with Don Corleone and act like a true badass, but he's just a kid! He's annoying, he's not funny, he's not scary, he's laughable, and has some of the worst dialogue ever written in the history of ever! Oh, and he is entirely pointless in this whole movie. Now, I want to come back to this later.
Yeah, he's a bit pointless.
Yeah, he just kind of shows up in a helicopter, and then the plot's like, no.
It's
then
the
he just goes away.
It's the Sailor Moon thing of like, my job is done, but you didn't do anything. Whoosh.
Yeah. Except the joke in there is that Mamoru actually does save the day a lot. This guy, he didn't do anything. He was just kind of around.
I mean,
Yeah, they hyped him up so much, and then he was barely in it.
Oh yeah, I remember like nobody was talking about anything else before the movie came out. Like once they released that promo image, like the Joker was everybody was like, "Oh my god!" Like you either loved it or you hated it, and none of the other characters got any sort of traction like that.
Again,
I was a little
when they
excited
mean
to see
shit.
what they would do with Captain Boomerang, just because I had no idea what the fuck they could even do with Captain Boomerang.
Dude,
Clearly, they gave him a.
Dude, I was so excited when I saw like Slipknot, mainly because I was just like, because I was going against the grain. Everybody was like, "Oh, he's so gonna die. He's gonna be the first one." I'm just like, watch as he survives, and then they were all correct. Again, I just wanted to
You
see that.
thought it was going to subvert our expectations, huh?
Yeah, I thought once again he just sees that tall building. My time has come. I must do my job. Can't stop me now. Just fucking. Just that gleeful look on his face. I kind of wanted Killer Croc to be way bigger. I don't know about you guys. I prefer the versions of Killer Croc where he's like the size of Bane. Where he's like fucking 9 feet tall, and is an
I would have
actual like
been
monster.
happier if he just looked a bit more like a crocodile.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
If
that's why they won Best Makeup, I'm really disappointed.
It is why they won Best Makeup.
Is it literally for him or is it for the other characters?
When it was doing the whole thing, it showed like for Suicide Squad, it showed Killer Croc the most. So Killer Croc is what got him the fucking Oscar.
I thought that was mostly CG.
Nope.
No,
it was all practical effects. That's kind of what they bolstered, but a lot of other things that year were also practical effects.
Such
and
as
they
Star
actually
Trek
looked good.
Such as Star Trek Beyond. That movie may have been shit, but I actually really loved its effects.
Later, because there are some defenses about how the Joker does have a purpose in the film, but for now, all he does is we get the backstory, he does Joker things, and then he continues to do Joker things for a while, breaks Harley out, supposedly dies. Yeah, totally convinced.
Yes.
I always hate that. We were watching Assault on Arkham, and the Joker was just in that helicopter that then falls and explodes, and it's just like, how did How do you survive that? Like, every time they go, well, I heard they never found the Joker's body. It's like, yeah, it's because Joker was
Yeah,
turned to
because
fucking
it's a lump
ash.
of charcoal.
Yeah,
It blew up.
yeah, that's that's ultimately the problem.
Then shows up at the end to break Harley out again. And the sad thing is, most of that is cut out of the theatrical cut. The bonding he and Harley had isn't there, so he serves even little purpose. The development some people claim he gave Harley isn't there. He is...
Did you mean less purpose?
Yeah, I just realised that was very bad grammar, and I made fun of Jared Leto for bad grammar, so...
Don't worry, you're just gonna script this video really, really bad.
Well, this thing, like, sometimes grammar is hard. Like,
mistakes are gonna slip in. It's just funny when they do.
Yeah,
in the same video where you make fun of someone else for the same thing.
I mean, I'm a walking example of, like, I'm sure I got a good grade in English. I'm like, just sees all the F's. I swear I know how to speak this language.
Is literally completely pointless in this entire movie. He does nothing to further the plot. We'll go over more later, so let's just move on. Do it! So Joker tries to get Harley to bang some dude, but she gets rejected, so he shoots him in the head, and then we have some epileptic ass editing because...
Sorry, I know I'm interrupting the editing thing. The funniest thing is that's supposed to be the tattooed man. That's supposed to be like a...
He is a tattooed man. What are you on about?
No, in the comics there's the
comic bullshit.
Yeah, I'll explain the comic bullshit because it's the most hilarious thing in the entire world. He has like he's like covered in tattoos, of course, but his tattoos basically summon demons from his skin. It is the weirdest...
so he's Electra.
Yeah, yes, he is Electra. He's even got the bald head. No, it's hilarious because it's just like they were wondering like, oh, what's Common gonna do? Or by them, I mean like when I was a huge fan of Mr. Sunday movies. They were just like, oh, what's Common gonna do in the movie? Is he gonna like unveil some of his tattoos and do all that stuff? It's just like he's just shot.
Yeah, he's gonna almost get laid and then he's gonna die. Hope you weren't attached to that character.
See, and this is one of those things where it's like we get mad at them for not taking the right inspirations from the comics, but then when they actually do the work and they take a character from the comics and they actually put him in the movie. It's like you have him there for what? A minute, 90 seconds, and then you shoot him in the head and it's like, wow, why did you guys even waste your time? Like, you could have just made him generic bad guy number one.
It's like with Jimmy Olsen in Batman vs. Superman. Why the fuck did you make this CIA guy?
Yeah,
Jimmy, just
why
fucking shoot him in
bother?
the face.
If you're just going to kill him off instantly and not have him connect with anything else later on down the road, don't make him anyone important.
Yeah, totally.
Because it's like, yeah, that's Jimmy Olsen, Superman's best friend. What the fuck are you doing? Why did you just bring him on to shoot him in his face?
Because it's art. Batman chases them, they crash into a lake, and Joker vanishes into thin air. It's actually never explained what happens here. Like, Batman dives in, saves Harley. Not sure.
Best part of the movie.
Yeah, that gets me every time. It's probably that thump because me and my friends, whenever
the underwater.
It's probably because me and my friends when we used to like the sounds of somebody getting hit, we'd always just go like because that's what it is every time, just that like underwater thud noise. And yeah, Joker just fucking disappears. It's really weird.
Sure, if that was supposed to be funny, but it was.
I have a question.
Okay, what is this question?
It's for you, Rob.
Yeah.
Do those 3 versions of 1001 movies have different movies in them?
Yeah, so I think the one on the left is the one on the left is like the old version. I think that's from like 2008. The one on the right, I think, is 2015, and the one on top is 2016. But they normally come out each October, and they will replace them. Sometimes they'll like tweak some older films. So, for instance, they could decide, oh, let's take Ghostbusters out and put in Rain Man or something like that. Other times, a new movie will come out and they'll put it in. So, like Endgame is actually now in. Endgame's now in there. I believe Black Panther's also in there. For some reason, Force Awakens is in there, which I don't quite get.
To be generally clued into general pop culture, I suppose it's worth seeing it, but I don't think I'd put it in that book. I was just thinking it would make a lot more sense to every year release a much smaller book of the movies you want to add.
Yeah, I would think so as well.
Yeah, that's true.
So I understand Endgame. Endgame is literally like the blowing your load of an entire movie franchise. So of course it's got to be on there. But Black Panther is really not good.
Well, okay, so yeah, I mean, we didn't enjoy it, but I think they had it in there because of the cultural significance, the impact that
that's
had.
kind of the problem. Is anyone even talking about that movie anymore? It didn't really have that much of an impact.
Oh,
it was a
I
big
thoroughly
deal
disagree.
in the promo, in the lead up to its release. It's like, oh my god, the black superhero. Everybody panic, get up off your chairs, the black superhero is here. And then the movie came out, we all saw it, we all went, it's alright. Or some of us were like,
not
it's kind of
all.
shit. And then that was it. That was just kind of the end of that movie.
No, I heard a lot of hype about it. Everyone went to see it. Most people that I heard from really liked it. And it won all those awards, and people, I think people are
Oh,
still.
you mean
There's
the
a
Oscar
term for
year of we're so sorry
Virtue
we didn't
signaling.
nominate any black people last year, so we're gonna make all of them this year? That episode?
Yeah, it was the year of the virtue signal.
Of course.
Or the we're so sorry black people year. Because that wouldn't come across as pandering to anybody.
Mm-hmm. No, Black Panther's shit. It's
Now, I do remember there being a subset of the internet that was like really into the idea of Wakanda, even though it's a broken place with straw roof skyscrapers. But it's like vibranium straw, so don't worry about it.
Yeah, it's vibranium straw. Don't forget that. And they've got spears, but they're vibranium spears. Where are
Oh
the
yeah,
guns?
like these people with their primitive weapons, she says, dodging bullets while literally chucking a spear. Like,
yeah.
Coming from any other director, that would have come across real dodgy.
Also, it's like primitive when it's like, okay, just because it's made of like your future indestructible metal does not make it not a spear.
Yeah, it's still a sharp bit on the end of a stick. You're still in the Stone Age.
And Joker is never mentioned. There's no where the hell did he go? Harley never even mentions him, so whatever. We then get the backstory of another character just 15 minutes in, Captain Boomerang. Oh no, Batman's coming. Better send Captain Boomerang. Sounds like a Simpsons villain. Pew 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 pew. Don't mess with me. Woo, pew 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 pew. But he
the zoom of that actually got me.
He is kind of laughable in concept, but the fact that they just made him a stereotypical Australian and that's his entire character easily makes him the most entertaining part of the movie.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was kind of funny that they put him up against the Flash. Like, really? Was that necessary?
Yeah, it's like the guy who could immediately dodge.
One of the most OP fucking heroes in all of DC versus Captain fucking Boomerang.
Well, that's the funniest thing is, like, I don't remember a single... I'm actually going to look up when has Captain Boomerang ever won a fight against Flash. Because as far as I know, he's never won a fight. Flash is
How could he?
I don't know. That's the thing. It's the fucking Flash. When has Captain Boomerang won a fight? I'm just gonna put that part.
Anything? Did you get even a single result?
I got his Wikipedia, and it's like, oh, that's not what I'm looking at.
Yeah, no, it's just going to tell you about Captain Boomerang. Google has basically heard your question and went, no. Look at the character you just asked me about. Does this guy look like he won a fucking fight?
Oh, Suicide Squad reminds us Captain Boomerang is badass. Thanks, Screen Rant. I don't think so. Oh, excuse me.
Does anyone take them seriously anymore?
Let's see. Oh, Suicide Squad number 4. He has a big mouth and a gun-toting squad of Task Force X soldiers. What is
Hold on,
this?
did these soldiers hear him be addressed as Captain Boomerang and they thought that that was his actual rank, so they just followed his orders? Is that what happened?
I think that's what happened, actually. Oh, here's him killing some SWAT guys. Oh my god. Like, somebody call the police. He killed a SWAT guy, sent in the Flash at me, and just slaps him in the face, and then just walks away.
He gets owned by the Flash before quickly moving on because I guess he's not important enough. Then we get Diablo. He just sets fire to people. Next, Academy Award-winning Killer Croc eats a goat.
Just sets fire to people.
Well, I mean,
he's the only one there with a bona fide superpower.
Well, other than Killer Croc. Well, Killer Croc's the whole thing is just he's a big crocodile man. Diablo also turns into that fucking demon.
Yeah.
Yeah, he has a god mode that he activates when he discovers the power of friendship from these people that he's barely interacted with at all.
Yeah, it sounds
He
like
was in
they
solitary confinement, so maybe he was desperate. I don't know.
sounds like they kind of combined his character with the character you were describing earlier.
Which one?
The one with the tattoos.
No, that's separate from Tattooed Man.
Oh, you mean the guy who could turn his tattoos into demons? No, this is a whole other demon thing.
Yeah, he's literally.
It's hard to keep track because literally none of it is actually explained or explored at all.
And not to mention his complete shit anyway, even with context. So Diablo is possessed by a demon that gives him like pyromancy abilities. And the more fire he uses, his tattoos fade. Because reasons. Yeah. Bet you love that explanation.
Also, who described Croc as like his whole thing is just that he's a big monster man? He also like actually eats people. That's a significant thing that he does.
Oh yeah, he's a cannibal.
I
forgot about that.
part.
Yeah, I forgot
He's like, oh, he's just a big monster dude. He looks all ugly. And he's like, no, they didn't put him in a jail cell for being ugly. That wasn't his crime.
What? You tell me this isn't like Hot Fuzz? They're ruining the reputation of the village? For the greater good?
Lovely.
I saved the best for last. The witch.
A witch?
I'm talking a flying spell casting, making shit disappear witch.
Oh, so she made all of the good ideas vanish. Yeah, so this one might.
That got a chuckle out of me. That was more of we forgot about Enchantress. Like
Well, I mean, we keep forgetting her because she's never actually part of the team.
Well, she's supposed
also
to be part
just
of the
one
team.
at the end who makes all the other members completely redundant because she's basically a god.
Not to mention, like, if the whole concept is to be able to fight people like Superman, Enchantress is the only one you need because people like Superman are weak to magic.
Well, not that most people would know that, but yeah, she's essentially the only one on the team with like real powers other than Diablo, who basically refuses to use his powers for the majority of the movie.
Right.
So pretty much you could have just had her and him, and that would have been all you needed. You didn't need the guy with the boomerang, or the girl with the bat, or the guy with the rope, I guess? Question mark?
Amanda Waller thinks Slipknot was going to help Enchantress.
Right, yeah, somehow he was going to be useful. Like it's not even one of those situations where you go, oh, well, these, maybe individually they're not that great, but if you put them together, their powers can really do some interesting things. It's like, no, not really.
Enchantress.
I mean, you can make some argument that Captain Boomerang was like a therapy dog. He's basically just there to make the other ones feel more at ease.
Hold on. Enchantress, your shoes are untied. I'll take care of that. Just take. It's like,
he doesn't wear shoes.
She didn't wear a lot. Which reminds me, that's two good things in Suicide Squad so far.
She was just wiggling around up there.
Any hotness factor is immediately undone by her uncomfortable wiggling.
Yeah, she's like one of those hula.
I'm desperate, to find something good from this movie, and so far I've found two good things. I'm taking those.
I'll give you 1.5 tops.
I'll take it. I'll take 1.5.
I'm taking the half away. No. You, give me that.
Witch called Enchantress is a thing. Some bird called June Moon. She's an archaeologist called June Moon. The subtlety is fucking amazing!
Shut up.
So, I don't see the problem here. Like, June Moon.
Names are hard.
Name sounds goofy, but I'm not seeing a connection between moon and archaeology.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's just one of those like names are stupid and hard.
Her name is Moon, and witches are all about that lunar cycle.
Yeah, fair enough on that
stuff.
part.
Is that it?
I guess.
I think it's just kind
you
of
don't know.
sounds like Moon Moon.
Here.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, because here's the thing: comic books have always kind of had stupid names, like especially with Stan Lee and his alliteration, like Reed Richards, Victor Von Doom. I know the last part of it doesn't fall with it. Peter Parker. But then you've got, I don't know, you got the good names, of course, like Bruce Wayne, Clark Kent, Diana Prince, June Moon. I kind of just shrug. I'm like,
you nailed it.
It does sound like some Dr. Seuss shit. I know that's kind of a hot button thing.
Little
these
bit,
days,
yeah.
But,
oh no, you said his name.
We're gonna get canceled. Sorry, Susan. Sorry.
I didn't.
Oh,
I didn't hear
Oh,
about
basically, some old Dr. Seuss books got pulled out of print. Ones that weren't really being sold very much anyway or anything, but it became a whole cancel culture.
They had racism-tisms.
Yeah, I think I'm. Yeah, okay.
Anyway, she wanted.
And the funniest part is, it happened at the exact same time as Lola Bunny's breasts being removed, and everybody on Twitter outing themselves as a closet furry because they got so mad about it.
Yeah, that's the funny part. How could you do this to Lola Bunny? Why do you taking so much interest?
I'm not a furry. Do you
Here.
like Lola Bunny?
I can neither confirm nor deny.
No, I remember when I was joking with, I remember when I was joking with Ninja. It was just like, you think our childhood accidentally created a shit ton of furries? And then you said like the lady from like the Goofy movie. It's like, no, I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, Robin Hood, Lola Bunny. There's so many of them, and then Zootopia just threw fuel onto the fire.
That wasn't just fuel. They threw a stick of dynamite onto the fire.
Wandered into a cave and unleashed the witch, and they need the others because she can control the whole world. Why do they need anybody else?
In a world of flying men and monsters, this is the only way to protect our country.
Or you
There's
could ask the just
a rope guy, a girl with a bat, and also a god, just in case those three don't work.
It reminds me, of all things, it kind of reminds me of a dumb Funhouse skit where they're just like, Slipknot will save them. Oh, there's a fire. I better help somebody. And then they just made his head explode.
Justice League, the one.
This is why, like, I'm not normally one for the whole comic argument, but in general, the whole concept of the Suicide Squad is that these were people that had already been basically arrested by the superheroes. So the government was like, hey, we can make use of them to do really fucked up shit that if they die or we disavow their existence, it doesn't fall back on us. That's really great for us.
Yeah, it was never
but their whole
to fight
point
superheroes.
was never to fight, to fight superheroes. Like, that was never the point.
Yeah, it's like with that it's like with that Suicide video game that's coming out, and like their first boss is immediately gonna be Superman. It's just like, what is Captain Boomerang gonna do against Superman?
Hold on, the first boss is Superman? Where the fuck are they gonna go from there?
No, in the trailer, the end of the trailer shows that they'll be fighting Superman. So it's like, oh, what the fuck are you gonna do?
They're gonna go to space and like fight Darkseid and shit.
The trailer even ends with Captain Boomerang's boomerang hitting him on the back of the head and him going, "Oh, my bad." It's just like,
I hate it.
It's like, Boomerang, what the fuck are you gonna do against Superman?
Ones that are actually saving your asses every day. I mean, Soup's kicked the bucket, but you still got Bats, Wonder Woman, and The Flash. And they never show up. The city is in complete ruins later, and where the hell are they? They playing Xbox somewhere? What the hell?
Come on.
Yeah, that's one of the big criticisms that got levied against the movie. You know, the whole point of the Suicide Squad is it's Black Ops missions that they don't want to tie to the government. And yet they were off fighting yet another Sky Laser. So where did you get that bat costume?
Yeah, I was wondering if we were going to talk about the bat costume.
That is actually why I paused.
I think I got that from an awful movie I made. So I got that really cheap off eBay.
I believe it.
Yeah.
It does look it, yeah.
Yeah.
Are those
High
ears
quality.
floppy?
Yes.
Alright, let's see the skit.
Hold on, I gotta... When you're just vibing in the Batcave... I just
controller that has no back on it.
I saw that. I was like,
I didn't
Batman.
Xbox.
Of all your money, you couldn't afford a decent controller.
Or gloves.
Oh yeah. Well, times are hard. There's a pandemic going on. You know, Wayne Enterprises made some cuts.
I love the idea of Batman just being like, oh, you know, whole coronavirus. It's just like, what are you, Batman? What are you doing? With all the money you have.
He's social distancing from justice at home.
Yes,
like a responsible hero.
That's why he's playing Xbox. Oh, that broke me a tiny bit. I mean, you just had to fucking take a picture. I was like, there's no... Like, I almost stared right at Rob's picture. I was like, you know I have to take this picture. You know it. I know it. The audience knows it. It's happening. So just bite down on the pillow, pulls out camera, click.
Jesus Christ.
Whoa, dude.
Yeah, I got another one.
Master Wayne, I'm sorry to interrupt, but there's a bit of commotion outside.
Alfred, you don't understand.
It's such an interesting skit.
I've got a kill streak in Fortnite. I'm busy. Go ask Robin.
Master Grayson was murdered last Wednesday, Master Wayne.
What? When the hell did that happen?
Last week when you played Minecraft, remember?
So hold on. So you gave Batman a Brooklyn accent? I'm gonna take it down, Joker.
Or is that just your generic American accent? Is that just what that is?
I don't know. It's just my generic American accent. It's not best. It's not even good.
It's just funny to just listen to because it's just like, well, you're the one that chose to fucking do this skit.
Yes.
God damn it. Slur. God damn it. I see you in the background. He changed his fucking profile picture.
Who cares? I'm busy. Fuck Gotham.
We got contingency plans for nukes in North Korea, anthrax in our mail, we got fluoride in our water. But what happens if the next Superman
Hold on.
Oh shit, I should probably pause for
What
copyright.
the fuck is that about fluoride in the water?
Yeah, we have
so hold on.
fluoride. Wait,
We've
hold
got
on.
contingency plans for nuclear weapons. Good. We want that. That's nice. Anthrax in our mail. That historically has happened. Good to have a contingency. Fluoride is already in the water. What's your contingency plan?
No, it's not a contingency plan. People's teeth are more healthy because the fluoride's in the water, supposedly.
Yeah, putting fluoride in the water was the contingency plan because it was for the betterment of everyone's health. Because they weren't getting tooth infections. What is he on about? It's just a very weird thing for him to throw out because it's kind of a conspiracy thing.
You're a chemist, Slur. What actually does the fluoride do? When it comes to the chemicals
It's
that
just
are in our
toxic
water.
to bacteria in your mouth.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
Comes a
Yeah, but
terrorist.
it's literally that simple.
Also, hold on. Gotta make sure copyrightisms didn't get us because that was quite a clip.
Haven't we now had 3 movies of this exact same message? What is this, Shrek? It's the same message 3 movies in! Superman comes from Krypton. Oh, I don't know if we can trust him. He killed Zod for you. He killed Zod for you. And you're still like, oh yeah, but I don't know if we can trust him. He then sacrificed himself. He saved the fucking world. He saved the world and died for you. Yeah, but I don't know if we can trust him. What the hell does it take? He died for you! He gave up his life and saved the planet! And you're wondering if the next one's gonna be evil? Are you fucking high? He died! He saved the fucking world!
Okay.
Okay.
As an addendum to that, just because that alien fought for us doesn't mean the next one would, because the next one immediately after him literally tried to end the world. So they're kind of 1 for 2 on them being good.
Sorry, the freeze frame you paused on.
Yeah.
That's
yeah, it's more like no matter what Superman did, they were still like, yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's not. I don't think it was Superman they were worried about. I think it was the script is awful because that's what they make it sound like, obviously.
Yeah.
But it was more just the next alien that comes along. We're not ready for it. It's kind of like the Avengers thing.
Yeah.
Where the whole reason they ended up making Ultron is like, if anything like that ever happens again, we should probably have some kind of defense system. Because holy shit, that sucked.
Yeah,
But this is the defense system they come up with in this movie, which is
I had to stop myself from going like Krypton had its chance. Because that is a line from Man of Steel. When there's like, if you destroy the ship, you destroy Krypton. Krypton had its chance.
Well,
Blarg.
Technically, they're 1 for 3 on the aliens, because Steppenwolf wasn't exactly friendly either.
Yeah, the very next
yeah.
alien is hostile.
Well, if you want to get super technical about it, how many other Kryptonians were with Zod? There was like 4 or 5 of them.
At least 2, if not more.
And then you
'Cause
have...
I know there was 3 at the
Steppenwolf.
farmhouse. So
Right,
yeah,
so-
it's really more like 1 for 5.
And
bare
plus
minimum.
all the parademons. So it's
Oh,
1
yeah.
several thousand.
Yeah.
They're all
So
just
the point stands that, yeah, there's not exactly a lot of trust on the whole beings from other dimensions and outer space and shit.
The wording is just poor.
Yeah. The screaming.
Jeez.
In fact, wait a minute, no, don't cut away because I'm not done. You're bitching, oh, I don't know if we can trust the next Superman. What, but you can trust some supervillains? One of which is capable of the fucking apocalypse? I don't understand.
Are you sweet talking me?
We then
Yeah, it is. In terms of like who's gonna fight the next fucking villain. Yeah, it's like you trust these guys.
I mean, they put bombs in their heads, and they kind of
They
held
didn't
the
put a-
captive with like a voodoo thingy.
They didn't put the heart thing, but the heart thing didn't work. At the end of the
Well,
day,
yeah, it didn't work, but they didn't trust Enchantress. Is my point.
Yeah, it was.
They very much were manipulating her and forcing her to do their will.
Well, I wondered why they didn't do both the heart and the bomb. So fuck it, just lean on all contingencies.
Because this version of Waller is shit, I guess is the explanation.
Yeah.
The implication that I got is that the bomb wouldn't work because they would have to implant the bomb into June, and then as soon as she becomes Enchantress, it's like not the same.
All right.
Also, yeah,
basically.
Enchantress could magic it away without Waller knowing.
Yeah.
And if she if she did, what does Waller do about it?
Yeah, that's I guess, yeah, fair enough.
pretty much get a montage of all of the characters. Enchantress shows up at the office. Will Smith is depressed about his recent movie choices. Academy Award-winning Killer Croc.
I know it's a
admittedly does look
small
pretty cool.
thing to mention, but I liked that little detail of when the Enchantress was in the briefing room and she does the whole flip thing, and then the lady immediately, does the cross. Like, that would be something interesting to actually touch on in your story, is like, hey, how would the existence of real-life superheroes affect religion?
Well, Snyder kind of alluded to it, as in the
No, he
superheroes are the religion.
Not in an
Batman.
intelligent way.
No, yeah, he kind of just made Superman Jesus, and it's like, you could go somewhere with that kind of, but the problem was that I hate to do this, but Nostalgia Critic said it best. Anytime it was happening, it was just you just hear in the background, "I am Jesus, I am Jesus." Like that was Snyder's best effort. Meanwhile, there would be
I'd be more curious to see how it affects like real religions, because it's like these are already long-standing beliefs that have been held for thousands of years, and suddenly superheroes exist. It's like, how would that actually affect someone's beliefs? Like, do they view these as angels? Do they believe these are demons? Something in between? It would be an interesting thing to explore. And it's like, nah, he just wants to have like religious imagery peppered everywhere.
It's kind of why
Christianity would be fucked.
Yeah,
because an actual savior came from the heavens, died for them, and was resurrected a few days later, and they're all just profusely sweating like, "Oh no."
Oh yeah,
because if we're following the Bible, that means we're fucked.
No, yeah. Well, the thing is, until we found out that Jesus actually did exist in the DC universe, I kept constantly wondering why in the comics Christianity was still even a thing, because you had like Zeus, like you had the actual Greek gods that were walking around. And it's just like, in terms of like I'm trying not to do the see it but therefore believe it argument, but it's like Zeus is right there, so it's like, I guess
it's not really about belief at that point. It's just knowing that he's there.
Yeah, it's like he's actually there, as opposed to, well, I originally didn't think Jesus because of the whole like using Christianity in literature thing. I didn't think Jesus existed in the DC universe, so it was always like, oh, why do they still believe in these when Zeus is over there literally throwing lightning bolts around? But no, now
but
that we
in comics, like Santa also exists.
Yeah.
So I don't think it's really.
Yeah, then we also did
reliable
find out
commentary on how faith would work in that world.
Yeah, and then we found out that Jesus actually did exist. Like he did exist and died on the cross and everything. It's like, oh, okay.
Diablo refuses to use fire anymore.
I'm a man, okay? I ain't no weapon. I'm gonna die in peace before I raise my fist again.
We'll see. Also, why are they getting these people together? I mean, their powers are a bit shit. I mean, you've got one guy who can shoot well, you've got a crazy chick with a bat, you've got a guy with fire who won't use fire, you've got Captain Boomerang, and then a giant crocodile.
Oh my god, you completely forgot Slipknot.
Oh, well, because
How dare you, sir?
I was going to say because we hadn't been introduced to him yet.
Oh, and Katana.
Because she's got
Oh, yeah.
back. I used to be able to fucking, like, I kind of did it, but I used to be able to completely recite the whole speech because it was that bad. It was just like, because we were turning it into memes, like the whole literal memes, like when you're introducing Katana, who has your back, and you best not miss, just, and then it just showed the whole scene.
Oh! And they even
Okay, that was a reaction.
take Deadshot's restraints off to check if his aim really is that good, with nobody wearing protective earwear, by the way, which is a necessity. And which one is it?
Well, so were you saying that more towards Flag? Because he's wearing a helmet, and supposedly they're both wearing their vests over here.
No, he's
Flag
Yeah,
is
but he's also
mentioning
Deadshot.
ear
If he wanted
protection.
to, he could pick up a high
Oh.
fire rate weapon and ricochet it all back into their faces without even needing to turn around.
That's
Because
true,
he's
yeah.
Deadshot.
Fair enough. I was just more because I was just thinking of like if anyone's wearing protective gear, like yeah, he's wearing his helmet. They're probably both wearing vests.
Didn't
Flag.
he say ear
Oh,
protection?
hold on. Did you?
Is that good, with nobody wearing protective earwear, by the way?
Oh, earwear. Sorry,
Oh,
I heard it
earwear.
as protective gear. Sorry.
Which technically isn't a necessity, but yeah, it's not
It's
gonna be comfy.
advised.
It's
Yeah, it's
advised
advisable.
even if you're outside. Yeah, wear earmuffs or plugs.
Which is a necessity. And which one is it? Does Deadshot need his mask to check the angle and everything for the bullet to hit and be able to have perfect aim? Because that's how they portray it later. But here, and in several other scenes, he has perfect aim regardless. You can't have it both ways, you morons. But more importantly, why doesn't he kill anyone? I mean, he almost does. He puts a gun to their head and teases them, but he thinks that there's no real bullet in it, and then he finds out that it is real.
Y'all jokers must be crazy.
All right, to pause there.
Oh, that
so,
line.
Yeah, that's a. So why doesn't Deadshot just kill them all? Well, probably because he's got a shotgun right at his back.
And also wasn't part of the whole
Yeah, fair point.
imprisonment that his daughter is under threat if he ever did try anything.
No, the daughter was more of his reward, never his punishment.
The fact that Amanda Waller is going to hold it over his head that she has the daughter's exact identity and location.
Okay, fair enough.
She
Yeah.
uses implications. Not
Yeah.
very well in this movie, but it's a blank we can kind of fill in.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, if you think about implications, I mean, streaming is being ultra sensitive today. That was the you jokers must be crazy. That was like 2 seconds. So there's no way like that should have gotten through copyright. To Susan, the hell, we mentioned Dr. Seuss, and you're getting all mad now.
Subtlety! But why wouldn't he do it for realsies? I mean, he does make a deal that it will help them if they let him see his daughter, but at the start of the scene, there was no deal, and he would have no way of knowing they'd agreed to this anyway. But for now, we'll actually let this one go. Yeah, sure, whatever, I'll buy it, alright, I'll buy it. He didn't kill anyone for his daughter's sake, whatever. It'll only get worse later. But really, there's no excusing this joke.
Ames, if this man shoots me, I want you to kill him, and I want you to go clear my browser history.
One of the most overused jokes ever, and it's 2016! But
I mean,
yeah,
it's
that's
over.
a studio executive style joke.
Yeah.
Some boomer who worked at the studio and was overseeing the script.
The only thing I kind of got at least a chuckle out of me when that joke was made was the guy who then reacted to it, like the eyes, like, really, that's what you're saying? You're telling me to go do this in front of everyone? Yeah, I would agree. That's such a boomer internet joke. It's like, oh, clear my browser history if I die.
then, oh great, we're back to this cunt waffle.
So what are we doing?
What the fuck?
Bring the car around.
I forgot whatever the fuck that is.
That's
Why?
that's a picture again. That's a when the mood hits you just right. I don't know.
What?
I don't know. I've never been very good at the my face when type jokes. I've only been good at a few of them, which was the Boondock Saints one when he nutted in you and then calls you a fag. And it's just like, oh.
Maybe that's
We're going for a drive.
What?
Maybe that's the caption. You've already done it. There you go.
Well, with the Boondock Saints one, I'll show it later.
And go get my acting coach. He needs to be fired.
And laugh like a proper psychopath, you weirdo!
All of that shit.
What would a psychopath sound like?
I mean, Heath Ledger's Joker, just deranged and unhinged.
Yeah.
That's all it needs to be, not the walking death.
Yeah. Fair enough. I was just like, wait. It's such an unquantifiable thing, other than just of course, the polar opposites, of course. You just don't sound like
Yeah, it should still sound like in some twisted way you do find this funny, and not just that you have a brain tumor.
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna get you hurt.
Oh my god.
He even growls and purrs! You're the Joker!
I don't remember the purring.
Oh yeah, he purred
That
all
is
the time.
uncomfortable.
One of the greatest supervillains in history, and you fucking suck! Every interpretation tried different things, so I guess I'll give Leto that much. But this just isn't working. An underrated performance.
Okay, so honestly, hot take. I'm gonna go ahead and say it. I don't think the Joker is one of the greatest villains of all time.
Depends on who's playing him.
No, the character. Just the character in and of itself, I don't think is that impressive or that good. What does he do that makes him so fucking memorable or better than any other villain? His motivations are usually very chaotic or ambiguous or undefined. Like, a lot of times his origin is a complete mystery. He's just this agent of chaos. he was literally introduced as just generic mobster. He was never intended to be the whole antithesis of Batman and all that. And it's just like it kind of evolved into that.
Yeah, it evolved into him test like the biggest test of Batman's moral fiber.
Yeah, but it was never intended to be that, and I don't think he quite deserves the position that he has in pop culture.
And after they've actually pulled off him being the antithesis of Batman, any interpretation where that's done well, I completely get why this is a good villain. It's not because of what the villain's doing himself, it's what he's forcing the hero to do.
I guess. To me, I feel like his place is like he's got some kind of status that he just never really earned.
Hey, he's definitely one of the most iconic villains because he's just got the whole clown look thing.
Hold on.
I think it's one of those things where he's just been around a long time, so everyone knows who he is, but I don't think that he's that good of a villain.
So hold on, I let's quantify this as well. Who would you say is the greatest like supervillain of all time?
Well, I'm just saying there are. I wouldn't necessarily say that he's even in like my top 5. I mean, there's characters like Darth Vader, Doctor Doom, Magneto. I mean, there's tons of other characters that to me are better villains because it's like I know what their motivations are and I can relate to that character a little bit. To me, the Joker is not really relatable.
Magneto is great for that because you absolutely completely see how he became who he is.
Yeah, with the relation of the
you
Holocaust.
You actually see him turning people over to his side because he makes a compelling argument. They are literally trying to wipe us from existence. I'm the one trying to stop them. Pussy over there in his wheelie chair, he's just trying to be friends with them. Which of us do you think is going to get things done that's going to ensure your survival?
Yeah, and it's
like, yeah.
And he also, like, with Pyro, you are a god amongst insects. Never let anyone tell you any different. Okay, so... in terms of, like, who's one of the best supervillains, though, I'm still trying to think. Like, I almost wanted to say Green Goblin.
Why?
Yeah,
but
no.
I know, it's like, he was first to come to mind, and I was just throwing it out there. I almost immediately was just like, I don't know, though.
Do we even class him as like a supervillain?
Goblin?
Supervillain usually implies like a very large scale plan. Goblin doesn't really have any world domination ambitions or even
he just wants to fuck with Spider-Man.
Ambitions. Yeah, he just wants to fuck with Spider-Man.
Yeah, he literally killed Gwen to fuck with Spider-Man while he threw her off the bridge to fuck with him.
Yeah, I think that there's more, to a good quality villain than just, being crazy or being violent. It's like, yeah, you can have that, but it's like there's a lot of other things that go into that as well.
Or being the most iconic villain and being one of the best villains. They're just not.
Well, like I would argue that Darth Vader is more iconic than the Joker. He's one of the usually when they come out with those, top cinematic villains of all time, Darth Vader is usually at the top of the list, and for good reason. I mean, there's a lot about him, both just from a visual standpoint, the voice, his effectiveness. He's a very good, and imposing villain, and I get that. He's both smart and physically intimidating, whereas the Joker to me has always been more that like he's very cunning and he's got these plans, but when it comes to him actually fighting Batman, the fight usually doesn't last very long.
Yeah, it's kind of why I gave a lot of shit to, I gave a lot of criticism to the final fight in The Dark Knight when Joker just kind of starts just kicking the shit out of Batman to the point that Batman just for some reason brings up those holographic lenses things and Joker sneaks up on him. It's just like, I feel like Batman handicapped himself and that's why Joker got the upper hand in that fight. It was really weird.
Yeah, he only got anywhere because the other character was written to make poor decisions that he wouldn't normally make.
Yeah, because normally the fights between Batman and Joker, yeah, they go for like 2 seconds because like Joker throws a single punch and then Batman beats his face in. He's like...
Cameron Monaghan in Gotham. He was clearly inspired by Heath Ledger's portrayal, but he added his own mannerisms and was genuinely badass, creepy, and terrifying. And you know what the sad thing is? Jared Leto is 22 years older than Monaghan! Now, I know that Gotham is obviously based on them growing up and they're a lot younger, but my point is, how the hell can the Joker, who's basically a kid, who's much younger, how can he be actually scary and intimidating, but a grown-ass man is hilariously bad? I don't get it! I can't take him seriously!
Nobody does.
So, I'll attempt to care about this backstory.
Oh god.
Yeah, it's literally just one of them actually went and played a psychopath, and the other guy just played an edgelord.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Fucking, I don't know why. I always compared like Rick Flag eating the chicken to fucking Denethor just chomping down on his food. It's probably because like it was that good like 2 seconds of him just chowing down on that thing. It's just like, man, you guys really wanted to see him eating his dinner.
Yeah, they had to appeal to the ASMR crowd.
Chicken. It's really good. It's like, oh, thanks. Thanks, Rick Flag.
But this dude is called Rick Flag and he gets visited by Enchantress. She promises to build a machine to destroy everyone. Then this guy collapses on the subway. Then I guess Venom attacks him, the doctor and the security guard before they kill the train. Sorry, I tried to care.
And?
Then they decide now is the time and taser Harley to take her down before targeting Deadshot next.
Yeah, open the door, let's go!
Okay, that was funny.
Lady. Hey. Hi, miss.
I'm gonna pause due to copyright. I don't really have any problems with this scene. Like when they're like all bombing up all the like putting all the bombs in everyone's necks. It was an okay scene.
Fine.
Yeah.
Location verified.
Oh.
Next.
Are you deaf? You one of them deaf hoes.
He's just Will Smith.
You gonna tell him I took care of you?
Is that something
so
you think Will Smith says often in his daily life? You one of them defos? Really?
Rob, do you just follow Will Smith around?
It's weird because Will Smith's like
confirm.
Will Smith's like one of the nicest, most polite guys ever, and I'm like, he called them a hoe. It's like, okay, I don't know.
Yes, that is classic Will Smith right there. Them defos.
I mean, I don't want to say that Deadshot was written racist because I didn't know about the Will Smith like being his own writer thing. But I asked Ninja while we were watching, like, do they lean on Deadshot being black quite a lot? Because the whole Death's Gangster and like playing Kanye West and then you're one of them deaf hoes. It's just like you're like really leaning on the black part, like the stereotypical like black guy with a gun type thing.
I don't know if it was intentional, but when they go through each of them and they try to give them all their own vibe with the soundtrack and the dialogue and stuff, yeah, when they were making their music choices, that was absolutely mostly motivated by him being black. Oh, he's the black character. He's the one who gets like the rap and hip hop shit for his soundtrack. Like,
and also, he's a divorced dad with custody problems, and it's just like, Like, I know the regular Deadshot has that problem too. It's just like, again, it's like, is that accidentally leaning on the black stereotype?
Regular?
That's
racist as fuck.
It's because Deadshot normally is white, and I know that.
Yeah, but you can't call white people regular.
There's only two Deadshots, black and normal. Cancelled. We're done.
Yeah, I was going to say,
Wyatt.
I just turned my head and Susan just slaps me with a fucking cancel thing. No, it's the. I was about to make the joke of like it's the flesh-colored crayon argument again.
What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? Get off! Get off! Harley, what do you mean by that?
And we never see him again. Never. Not once. By the way, a lot of people were wondering, including me, because I actually did put it in my script, and then I realised I had to take it out, how Harley Quinn actually has a phone from this point onwards. Like, do they not check her or anything? But in this scene, this guy actually does slip her the phone. It's very brief. You blink, you miss it. So I guess there's one thing debunked. Yeah.
The problem being with that scene is that those guards aren't paying attention, like, at all. They're not speaking, like, in hushed tones or anything. It's like, I don't know where they're taking you. It's from Mr. J, and hands phone over. It's like, none of you paying attention to this?
Also, did you notice that the phone, Mr. J actually put himself as the screensaver?
Yes.
It seems like exactly something that version of him would do. Like a complete tool.
Still sucks. But oh well, time for more Joker! And I can't help but feel it's the same issue as Brandon Routh when he was Superman. They just look like they're playing dress up. And I don't mean the outfit and makeup. Like I said, that's awesome. By the way, it actually took 3 hours to apply the makeup to Jared Leto, so... Did he stay in character the entire time?
Oh no.
Oh no.
A skit. Oh no. I'm like.
So did you put on Joker makeup? Is that what we're about to say?
No, this is a lazy skit if I remember correctly. Oh no.
Okay.
Yeah, also, man, actually good on you for pointing out the Brandon Routh thing, because that was honestly the biggest problem of Superman Returns, was that they clearly just cast Brandon Routh to just look like Christopher Reeve. Like that was a good one to point out.
Oh yes, apply the makeup, yes, apply the makeup,
That was me attempting a Jared Leto impression.
You look like you're in the zone. I'll give you that.
Hold on,
you're really
we're not,
feeling your oats.
We're not done yet.
Oh, now the tattoo. Yeah, now the neck, do the neck. You're such a sexy hunk guy.
It's just cringe, man. What was I doing?
Time to do my scene. But then manual.
Okay. I thought it was just going to keep going and going and going until you finally finish it or something. I don't know.
That was
cringe.
You know, yeah, just cringe. Just cringe. So what made you... I actually was wondering with these types of reviewers, because we recently did a Such Critic reviewing The Mummy, and there weren't that many skits in it, but I always just wondered, like, what inspires the whole skit thing instead of just like staying on track with the movie. Like I've always been curious, like what creates the like whole when you're like typing your script down, like insert skit here, like.
I think it's just to make fun of whatever point I'm trying to make, but like that one, I mean, I don't know what the point I was trying to make was, but yeah, sometimes it will just be like, oh, this could be a funny skit, or I'll make a certain point, like the earlier with the fact that Batman isn't stepping in to save the world. I was like, I could make a funny skit there, but I would never script them out. Like literally my scripts was always, I just put like skit and that was it. I'd just improvise it when I filmed. So that, if I ever did bring it back, that'd be something I'd have to improve on and plan it out properly and actually think it out. I put very little thought into these reviews.
It's raw and unfiltered.
All right.
Spin it and make it sound good.
It's just...
It just doesn't fit the scene or the characters they're in. But oh well, Enchantress escapes. What the hell did you expect? Also, I don't care. So this is where the city is now in complete ruins, but the Justice League are too busy getting Taco Bell or something, I don't know.
Master Wayne, the city is in danger, and you've been eating Hot Pockets all week. Don't you want to go out there and save everyone?
Yeah! I am undefeated!
Your parents didn't die for this shit.
And this is where you'll notice the sound...
Is that supposed to be Alfred?
Yeah.
Yes. It is an American guy from Ohio. Attempting an accent.
But you surely must know so many British people who just by speaking normally would do a better impression by default. Why add an extra step?
I like how you don't even know the guy's name. You just went, oh, that's a guy from Ohio. It's like...
Oh, he's
yeah, it wasn't even in Ohio. It was really weird. He just kind of turned up.
Yeah.
I'm here to be Alfred, sir. It's like, who are you?
That's how it happened. You Were you there?
I was the guy.
Yes, I am the American all along. Couldn't you tell?
Soundtrack is just all over the place. Now, a lot of people bitched about the entire thing, but honestly, we're 44 minutes in, and this is only the first time it actually bothered me. Harley starts introducing herself to everyone, and they all feel a bit awkward, but the music just doesn't fit the scene.
Hi, boys. Harley Quinn. How do you do?
Oh, I'm going to be super careful with that one, because that's music
Oh,
and
you skipped
footage.
one of the best parts of the movie. When Captain Boomerang comes out of the bag and immediately decks somebody.
Yeah. Hold on. Let's not forget that Slipknot did that too. Slipknot, the man who could
Oh,
climb
but didn't
anything.
he do it to like a woman? So it was just like a very awkward comparison.
Yeah.
Slipknot. He can climb anything and hit women.
Wow.
And then just minutes later, they're suiting up and they play Without Me by Eminem.
It is one of the most unusual music cues they have in the movie, and there's a lot of weird ones.
I don't know that much about Eminem because I'm just not a rap guy. So I'm just like, this is so just that and Black Skinhead. I was just like, yay, music I don't like showing up in a scene that could possibly be impressive. Because I actually do kind of like the scene where Deadshot's shooting all the people, but that's only because Deadshot, the more I think about it, when you brought up how it's like, does he need the mask or not? It's like, all right, that scene's definitely gone down in quality. But before that, I was like, oh yeah, it's cool when he shoots the targets, he gets them all, and clearly just surface level stuff.
Yeah, it's like the reason they use this song for this scene is because the chorus is like, guess who's back again, Shady's back, and it's like, it's just that hype thing. It's like, guess who's back? Yeah, we're getting our equipment and our clothes back. Yeah, we're really gonna get in it now. But
I've only
they don't
heard
play that part of the song. They play the intro, which is about Trailer Park Girls, and it's looking at Harley Quinn. So it's just really awkward.
So that's what that song is. I've only heard the zany parody of it, like Zany's back. It's like, oh, okay.
At what point would that ever fit in here? They have a dance song where Harley kicks ass in a lift.
Gotta pause for copyright. Hey guys, how you guys doing?
I'm tired, but I'll be fine.
I was gonna say it's getting late for you guys. We're halfway there. Don't worry.
Oh joy.
And the film randomly ends with Bohemian Rhapsody.
Fuck, that's Queen. That's Queen.
Queen lawyers are gonna come for us.
I was gonna immediately just went like there's the pause button, then there's the emergency like copyrighted music that could get us like sued into oblivion.
Quick, kill the Queen!
Yeah.
Did you have any problems with the copyright stuff, Rob? Because you use full clips and everything.
Oh yeah, almost every day. Some of them they'll get like blocked before they're even public, and then I have to do a copyright appeal, so it can take like sometimes a week or two for the video to actually go live.
So with us, it's been an interesting fight, but only in the sense like I fight for like 2 days, and then they just go like, "Oh, you're such a small fry. Don't even worry about it."
Yeah.
So because we did our WandaVision breakdown, and I pretty much had the whole series playing in the background with like the filters and all that stuff, and it's like, oh yeah, you know what? Fair enough. If Disney has like a fucking issue with this, I'll still try to appeal.
Yeah.
But with this, like, yeah, you must have kind of had to go through copyright hell for this.
Much.
I just like, you know, the yodeling the yodeler from fucking Price is Right. Imagine that, but that's like when the copyright lawyer just immediately kicks down the door for playing Queen music. To be full, if it was Metallica, Lars wouldn't have let us play for like a second.
It's like a jukebox just got really confused or jammed or something. It's like the movie was literally that behind that they had to rush in and realize, oh, we're having a musical score. I'll just put all these songs in randomly. They just pulled out their CD collection, put, any of these, this will do.
Calm down.
I actually kind of like, for the most part, we've actually been agreeing with your review, because I believe we made the earlier statement that it's like a confused jukebox. I don't know if you made it or if Slur made it, that comment. It's like, oh yeah, we're just kind of agreeing, and it's very interesting.
Hey, 1 minute I'm playing Mahjong with me nana, and then this red streak hits me out of nowhere.
And I'm not going to lie, I actually thought that Jai Courtney was English. So watching this film, I thought this Australian accent wasn't real because it sounds so fake. It sounds really fake to me. This is real accent.
Man, this is crazy.
So they're informed that if they try to disobey orders or escape, they die. It's basically the condemned. Oh, and they all stare at Harley. Much like her being a psycho, it's hammered in that she's hot. Just in case you forget, she's hot. This is already like the 3rd or 4th reference, but I was too occupied making notes of the 200 mentions of her being crazy, so I didn't bother with those as well. Oh, and Amanda says if they succeed in this mission, then they'll get the sentences reduced, because why not rip off Cena Weevil as well?
Okay, the whole Harley being hot thing, they clearly recognized that everyone got kind of tired of it. It was kind of tedious. It was very obviously leering and overdone. So when they did Birds of Prey, they put her in the most frumpy outfit they could. It's like to distract from the hotness. It's like, no, please focus on her character.
So this, I always thought it was just funny how, like, not only did a lot of the guys think Harley was hot, there were a few women in there too. It's just like, oh man, apparently Harley was able to at the very least get a lot of people confused for a moment.
If you think about the implication of the scene, there is no way she could have changed into those clothes without stripping completely naked.
Yes. Hence why they...
No way that was going to happen otherwise. So that's the implication, is that she just got naked in front of everybody there without hesitating.
So yeah, of course people would stare. It's just like...
Yeah, exactly.
That's it. What, we some kind of Suicide Squad?
Iconic.
Every time. I can't believe Will Smith left that in. Jesus Christ.
Your face actually kind of just says it best, actually.
A tiny part of your soul just left your body when you heard it.
It's not even the worst line of the film. That's what's depressing.
It isn't. It's just one of the really funny ones because it's so blunt.
It's well with some kind of suicide squad. It's just one of those.
Everyone in the theater like, oh, that's why it's called that.
Yeah, like, oh.
Smith, why are you in this? Remember, some fanboys say it's subtle. And then, just a mere 49 minutes in, we're...
Are you... Oh, please tell me you're gonna fucking talk about Katana. Please, I beg you.
Introduced to another character, Katana. But don't worry, we get loads of character development in the form of a flashback.
Oh, no. Come on. You had the perfect whole, like, the subtlety thing with the, with Bria. This is Katana. She's got my back. You best not get killed by her. It's like, oh.
There's an extra layer of subtlety to that, by the way. She speaks Japanese, right? Her name is Katana. Katana, in Japanese, just means sword. Her name is Sword. Her power is that she has a sword.
She's a sword with a sword.
I was about to be like, when you said, like, sword, it's just, like, katana's just Japanese for sword. I almost went, as demonstrated by Samurai Cop. What's katana mean? It means Japanese sword.
やってないぞ。お前は見ていただけ。悪に慈悲が被られることはない。
See? Now we know her completely.
Harley Quinn, nice to meet ya. Love your perfume. What?
Let's gotta pause for copyright because those clips were really jammed together. I don't know how I feel about the Harley just immediately rebuttaling, like, what's your perfume? The stench of death? It's like,
it sounds like a fairly normal Harley Quinn line. I think it's fine.
Yeah. Oh, that's kind of one. The more I think about it, that's one of the moments where where Margot Robbie does the accent.
What is that?
Nice to meet ya.
Yeah, the stench
Stench
of
of
death.
Adults wrote this. Actual
It's
human
really
adults.
odd
Allegedly,
that they-
adults touched this.
that they introduced her so late into the film.
And
I'm assuming
so
that must have been
hurriedly.
part of the reshoots, maybe. I don't fucking know because it feels like she's
Well, yeah.
written into a good part of the movie, but
It seems like the reshoot was Rick Flag actually just doing all of the scenes that were cut and explaining them in one dialogue block. That was the reshoot, I'm guessing. They actually showed her doing the things. They showed that her soul absorbs the souls of the whatever.
You
But they
cannot
had to
tell.
cut it all. So they were just left with Rick Flag. Baby dubs by dudes. Her soul eats people.
You
By
cannot
the way,
tell me with
soul
like you with a gun to my head and a straight face. You cannot tell me that that was not part of the reshoots. This is Kitana. Best not get killed by her sword.
well,
fucking
and it
sword.
just seems so odd because, like, if you really wanted to have her there, it would have been very easy to just put her with the rest of them in the prison,
Mhm.
and you could still have like the flashback, when they're introducing her, just like all the other characters. But why specifically have her show up later?
Yeah.
Just to
Unless
have her
they
quickly
forgot
hop on
that.
the plane, and then it's like, okay. And then she really doesn't even do all that much in the rest of the film.
She kills a few
I don't think
people.
she does anything, does she?
No, she kills a few people. She almost kills Enchantress.
Well, but that's my point. Like, she almost does stuff, but she doesn't like, you could basically delete her from the movie and nothing would really change. Yeah.
Yeah, because Harley was the one who used Kitana's sword to get the heart out of Enchantress.
So
Yeah.
her
She could
sword
have
was
used
important, but
another
she
object.
wasn't.
Yeah, that's the thing. You really could just delete her, but bring in the sword.
Or just have some
just-
other object.
Yeah,
do
like
the
a
thing.
like a knife or something. Yeah, or boomerang, because those are smart. Those not smart. 'Cause
Yeah,
those are
She
sharp.
could have been replaced with another boomerang. Captain Boomerang wins again, baby. Best part of the movie.
Damn it! You're fuck. I don't want this to be canon. That Captain Boomerang was the best part of Suicide Squad.
Wrote this dialogue, wrote these insults.
I recognized your foul stench when I was brought on board.
Yeah, worse than that. But then Joker texts Harley to inform her that he's on his way to save her.
Worse than that? You think that's bad?
It's like a 10-year-old's insult. Darth Vader, you smell.
Well, it's Tarkin.
You smell.
Well, I was going to say more the fact that
If you phrase it
Leia's-
like that, yes. But a dignitary welcoming a hostile dignitary is like, I recognize the foul stench of the bourgeois when they walked into the castle gates. It's like, yeah, that's...
Yeah.
It doesn't really track if it was set in, like, modern-day New York, sure. But neither would anything from Goodfellas track in Star Wars. It's a different tone.
I was going to say, like, the only problem with that scene is Leia's accent, like Carrie Fisher.
Oh,
putting
yeah.
on.
The accent is absolutely...
Recognize your foul stench when I was brought on board. It's just like...
Okay, now you sound like the Grinch.
Well, that's the problem, Carrie. When I try to do the Carrie thing... Carrie... I was almost about to do the fucking, like, this is our most desperate hour. Just, like, try to fucking do the Help Me Obi-Wan Kenobi, but as the Grinch. That's who shows up. Instead of R2, it's Max. I don't know.
Oh, and just in case you forgot.
I don't know if they told you, but I'm a hitman. I'm not a fireman. I don't save people.
Oh yes, I forgot to mention. They're the bad guys. Much like Harley's hot and Harley's crazy, they're also the bad guys, and they feel the need to mention it every chance they get.
That zoom,
I
man.
just thought we were going to zoom right into your mouth there for a second.
I thought you were about to eat the camera there for every
Yeah, just
single...
rule of 3. I was waiting for the third one, like, oh no.
Ah!
I don't save people.
We're bad guys. It's what we do.
And I'm the bad guy.
Hell, here he even looks directly into the camera and says it.
We're the bad guys.
How much more force can you get? Did they mention they're the fucking bad guys?
There's no other way.
But they all end up crashing, but somehow still step.
Oh, hold on.
I'm
Yeah,
confused. Who's the bad guy?
In case you were confused, Ninja, Harley Quinn, Deadshot, Captain Boomerang, they're bad guys. In case you forgot.
I forgot. I need the movie to spoon feed it to me.
Okay. Oh, don't worry. We'll start the movie over. I put it on repeat, so you
You're
won't miss
gonna
a
lose
beat.
your
the movie
mind when
does
you
it
find out that
plenty.
she's crazy.
Yeah. The movie might tell me a few times.
In terms of like an actual another criticism is it is really weird how this helicopter crashes and rolls like 700 times and yet they're fucking fine.
Yeah, like if you really wanted to kill Slipknot, you could have just had him die in the fucking crash.
Yeah.
It would have been just as pathetic.
Yeah, exactly. Less even. Like he would have had some small shred of dignity maintained. Instead, it's like, hey, I can escape. Whee!
Whoops! No, I can't.
Step out unscathed.
We're okay. Assets are undamaged.
Phew! We nearly had a conflict of interest there for a second.
Slipknot, no!
Okay, that's
never
do we
not
count this as
ridiculous.
something we like in the movie, or do we just count it as broken? Because I can't tell anymore.
It's one of the few things I actually enjoy.
Well,
Yeah.
Like it gets a genuine reaction out of me. Oh my
But I
God.
don't know if I'm supposed to laugh at it.
You're not.
You're not. It's supposed to be like, oh my God, they're serious, you know. But it's so funny.
But it's like we didn't know who Slipknot was, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, we have zero investment in this human being whatsoever.
So it's why I've jokingly actually set up as like Slipknot as like one of my favorite characters. And it's like, no, he's dead now, but I can't think of a single thing about him.
Now that's killer app.
Okay, yeah, that killed me too.
Wow. More boomer humor.
That's a killer app. Yeah, that part of my soul just died.
This dialogue is actually making Supergirl seem harmless. I'm sorry, Supergirl fans. I apologize.
You got a boyfriend?
Are there Supergirl fans?
I was just thinking that. I don't think there is.
Yeah,
I don't-
was there, like,
Certainly
yeah,
not of the
fandom that
80s,
came
whatever.
after that?
Yeah, because I don't think fans of Supergirl even know that the old movie even exists.
Yeah, any Supergirl fans you're gonna get, they're people who just really like that TV show for some reason.
Oh, because they speak enough Kryptonese. Didn't you know that?
Oh yeah, the Kryptonese. It's a Kryptonese thing. You wouldn't understand.
Oh, we watched one episode. We watched one episode of Supergirl and we could not take it. We were just like, "Oh my God, what is this shit?"
It's really bad.
And Slur, you said you got through all of season 1. How? How did you do that?
Because I was drinking and watching it with a friend who were both just having the time of our life laughing at it.
That immediately
That'll do
answers
it.
the question. Yeah.
These jokes are terrible, and these were reshot to make the film more light-hearted? The jokes make me want to kill myself more than the dark stuff!
I'm gonna drop him, the sword lady, 5 or 7 of these seals. After that, I'm gonna need some help. You down?
Always. What about the shit in our necks?
Your friend's gonna help us out with that, right?
Oh, fuck. For a split second, I was like, "Oh yeah, we're actually doing a thing." All right, gonna hit play.
You're my friend too.
Did you get that? Did you get that? Because they're friends. Even though there's been like no signs of them actually developing a friendship during the entire movie, no, it's character development. It might actually be an in-joke because in the comics, Harley ends up porking Deadshot, but it doesn't matter either way. Character development.
Well,
oh, and
I
then she
mean,
suggests
you might actually be right because that was actually something in the animated Assault on Arkham as well.
Yeah,
She ends up
in
fucking him.
fact, the whole reason Harley's here is because she was integral to their plan in Assault on Arkham, where she actually had a role because she used to work there. She knows the layout. Whereas here, she's just, well, she's one of the members of the Suicide Squad. Of course she's here. What do you mean
Yeah.
a reason? We don't need one of those.
Reason, logical writing.
And in the
it's-
animated thing, she does fuck Deadshot as well.
They not only fuck, they basically destroy the room with their sex. It's really weird.
Oh yeah, they absolutely go animal.
How is that weird?
How
No
did you
comment.
think Harley Quinn would fuck?
Yeah.
Fair enough on that, actually.
Virgin status confirmed.
I have a kid. I'm just
Yeah, go
Yes,
bitch
the
with
same-
Deadshot's mask some more virgin.
Plan to Boomerang, and he just says,
Sounds good.
"See, this is terrific character development." And then he does the same with Diablo. This film sucks.
Amanda, we have hot.
Yes, this film actually is fucking awful. It more than sucks. I don't know, like, which one was, did we say if Batman vs Superman was worse than this? Because I still really don't like Batman vs Superman.
Honestly, hard to tell. I would overall say that this is worse, just because its entire structure is borderline incoherent.
Fair enough.
Hostiles up ahead.
Flag, get out of there.
We're not here to fight them. You know that doesn't work.
So what the hell are you there then? I'm not gonna lie, at this point, I'm just trying to go with the flow, because they say, oh, we've got this important mission. They never actually say what the mission is, by the way. And then they take these supervillains, these criminals out, and then they find these hoodlums, these vigilantes or whatever, these thugs, and these bad guys, you know, worse bad guys, because they're the bad guys. And then they're like, by the way, we're not here to fight. So what the fuck are you gonna do there? Play Connect 4?
Well,
Always.
as much as I hate to Steel Man the movie, they do actually end up finding out what they're there for.
Yeah, they're there to get Waller.
Yeah, they're literally there to
Okay.
evacuate Waller because she's there, and that's when they get all pissed off because they show up, she's there, she kills her entire team, and then they have to extract her.
Did Rick Flag know the mission? Because
Yes.
he's the only one who really should.
Yeah, he knew what they were doing. As far as I know, not even his people, like his Navy guys or whatever, knew what was going on.
I think they knew
Like-
and that it was asset extraction. They just didn't know who the asset was.
Yeah, they didn't know who the asset was, but most of his guys end up dying relatively quickly anyway, so they don't really matter too much. I don't-
Including the fucking handsomest man in the world, Scott Eastwood. Fuck me. Like they fucking wasted his fucking talent, despite the fact that he is like a perfect fucking clone of his dad.
I have no
So
idea what you're even talking about.
Scott Eastwood was the guy with the beard that blew himself up.
Oh, how memorable.
Well, that's the thing. They just didn't use him. That's the thing. They had Scott Eastwood, the fucking son of fucking Clint, and it's like, yeah, they didn't use him at all. They barely.
It's kind of criminal how underused he is in Hollywood when you think about it. It's like, you know, he basically looks exactly like his dad did when he was younger.
Yeah, he's a perfect clone. It's literally a Django and Boba situation. It's like,
It's like,
you're not-
dude, he should be in everything.
Yeah, it's like, I'm surprised they didn't fucking modernize the fucking Man with No Name trilogy.
There is a chance that when he got started, everybody just wanted to typecast him as basically his dad's clone. They wanted him to just do the cowboy shit again. And because he didn't play ball, he kind of relegated himself to this shit.
Man, that almost makes me feel like, man, you should have played ball then. Because then you ended up in, of course, the suicide. I keep wanting to say the Suicide Squad, but that's the sequel.
The fight is on. Katana gets this slow-mo shot cutting someone's head, which just looks cheesy as hell. But the rest of the action actually looks pretty cool. Until they seem to spoof the Matrix with Harley ducking a sword. It's a Matrix spoof. In 2016. Wow.
That's what I do.
But I must admit, there is a great moment where Harley remains loyal to her character and just wants to let Flag die.
Good riddance.
Harley! He dies, we die!
Then Captain Boomerang yells at Diablo for not helping. Why is he even here? He already said he wouldn't help, so why the hell are you bringing him along in the first place?
There's your pep talk.
But I...
Yeah.
They weren't really given a choice. They were just kind of like, well, if he doesn't do anything, he'll die. Fuck him.
Yeah.
well. Flag promises Deadshot to see his kid again if he helps with the mission and to gain the other's trust. Harley sees a motorbike, which brings back another flashback of the Joker. Yay. For the record, most of these flashbacks are only in the extended cut. But even then, the Joker is still entirely pointless. But don't worry, we'll get to that with time.
I have proof.
What's actually kind of funny is when we were showing River Suicide Squad, it was the theatrical version. For some reason, HBO didn't have the extended cut. I don't know if we should have been grateful for that, but it's it's interesting that it wasn't there when they had like the extended, like the director's cut of Aliens and shit. It's like,
I mean, these extra scenes of Harleen and Joker, do they actually add any extra context or explanation to anything, or are they just more stuff?
Just more of them doing Joker and Harley stuff.
It's kind of like the whole thing with the Snyder Cut. Like, it adds more context, but it's not like quality context, so it ends up really just not mattering.
Yeah.
Proved I love you. Just accept it.
Got it. I am not someone who is loved.
Gotta pause. Oh my god, the fucking I'm an idea.
The edgiest lines in the movie. Here it comes.
And
I'm an idea.
Fuck me.
What?
Again, it's like again, out of reflex, your fist just balls up, thinking that's like, this guy, like, you gotta leave me alone, guy, or I'm gonna sock you in the fucking nose. I'm an idea.
With the performance, he thought that take was fucking great. He thought he sold the shit out of that.
I can literally see his blood pressure rising.
Oh, just wait until the bar scene. That's when I just the scene.
We're suddenly friends now moment.
Yeah.
Are we gonna have to have Slur fucking put a bunch of anime veins all over your head?
I am not someone who is acting. I'm a disgrace. And some people said Halloween 2018 was forced because the doctors said, oh yeah, Michael had no reason to kill. It's the doctors, they're meant to diagnose. But here, the Joker literally says, I'm an idea. He literally says it!
Oh my god.
Right.
Also, your Joker impression there was better than the being put in makeup skit, because you actually got the voice right. Apparently, the key is anger.
The key, just fucking. It's the blurriness and all extra. That just kills me with that.
Why do you meet people?
It's a hobby, really. It helps us relax.
So Harley starts talking smack to everyone before Katana.
I actually kind of did like this scene a little bit, but it's only because I brought it up when we watched Suicide Squad. It shows how smart Harley actually is, considering she actually does have her degree in psychology. Like, she has a whole PhD, if I remember correctly.
Katana actually takes her mask off, if anyone even cares.
I am not hiding.
There we go. That ought to do me for character development. Now I'm done. Then Harley chills in a lift, kicks some ass, and for some reason everyone is surprised by this. Why? She's a serial killer who kicks ass. It's what she does. It's why you brought her along in the first place. You should be surprised if Diablo does anything. He's done not a goddamn thing this entire movie.
Shut up.
So they get jumped for these.
So the reason they were kind of like irritated with Harley is because she ran ahead. Like, because yeah, they were. It's like the don't split up from your party, and then there's Harley going lol.
Venom-looking douchebags, but again they protect the flag. Then Deadshot literally teases Diablo like a 12-year-old at school, and that somehow gets him to break his vow to never use fire again. He was teasing him like a child.
Don't touch me. What you gonna do? I'm touching you. I'm touching you. Do something.
Oh yeah,
Touch me.
the older brother shit.
Oh yeah. I didn't know what was worse, the whole like I'm touching you or the I'm an idea. Just
I'm gonna touch your head, I'm gonna touch your head. No, do something, do something. No. This script is dog shit.
Yeah, you're a bad liar.
Then we get another flashback to Joker and Harley, which was in the theatrical version but cut a lot shorter. She jumps into Ace Chemicals because remember, acid equals insanity somehow. Then he follows with a terrible blue screen and they kiss. This movie sucks. Alright, at least the laugh was better.
Thanks.
yeah, that's the only time Jared Leto had a decent laugh as Joker.
And even then, it's decent relative to every other laugh he's had where he sounds like he's dying.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just an actual laugh. Him going, as opposed to,
Shut up.
Oh, he's embarrassed of us.
Hey, Flag. This dude better cure cancer after all of this shit.
This film is cancer!
You wouldn't have made it without them.
Got lucky. I don't do luck. I do planning and precision.
Admit it, Rick. I was right.
What? What?
Admit it, Rick. I was right.
Well, I don't want to steal word for word, you know, douchebag, but...
oh! We called a Nostalgia Critic a douchebag.
Yes.
Then, like, later...
Yeah, it just goes against the impression that you really wanted to be like him, which just comes from the Lord of the Rings thing, where you use him as a point of reference.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's where we're just... I just like to imagine we all just stared, like, right at Rob there for a second. It's like, only that would come up later.
He's right!
Okay, I'll throw that on in a minute.
You were right! Enchantress was a part of a group that you formed. And she escaped. And she's the reason. She is the reason that the world is fucking under attack. She's the reason Gotham is up in flames right now. You were right. You were right.
I can't remember.
So no, it was not Gotham.
It sounded
it was
just
like
a
Star
little
City.
like the Batwoman theme, but it was like an off-brand version.
I almost just went as like, did you using the bat? Dun, 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 dun. It's, like...
It's just because the Batwoman theme is so generic. I'm sure you had some royalty-free music that you used for like the intense moment. And
looks like
it
I'm
just so
turning into the
happened
Joker.
It really does. We need to put damage on your forehead.
Oh no.
Whoa.
You were.
What?
I don't. I'm Cornholio. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm so confused.
See, this is why I don't have a camera. I'm just gonna do the voice thing because I don't want to have this issue.
Hold on. The implication being that if you had a camera, this is where you would inevitably end up.
I worry about it. Yes, I worry about it.
You worry that you'll just.
I'm not an attractive man.
Oh. Oh my god. I just.
This group of criminals that you thought you.
Oh, what the? Okay.
Okay.
I'm getting uncomfortable now.
By the end of the explanation, are you taking your jocks off? Is that where this is going?
Rob, keep your clothes on.
It's a new kind of film criticism. I call it strip rage.
Like I call it strip criticism.
The thing is, like I said, I've done this where I'm putting the script just improvised run, and weirdly, I've ripped my shirt off in several reviews. I don't know what it is. When I get angry, I tend to get naked. I guess I don't know.
No, are you like trying to
Weird
prepare
reflex,
for?
but okay.
Are you trying to prepare for a fight so you rip off your clothes so nothing can grab you?
Yeah, I guess. I'm so confused.
Or you just take it to the next level. When you get into a fight, you start taking the other guy's clothes off.
Control and trust. They stopped the witch bitch, who was also in their group. You know, that you formed.
What? It's turning into like some American Psycho level shit. I can't help but take pictures of like every step of the process. This
Just looking through this chat after the fact will be an anthology of madness.
If you ever do this kind of thing and you're refused again, Rob, you'll have this to look at and be like, what happened?
Or he'll wear an undershirt in case of rage.
No, it's just another thing to take off.
Why didn't I ever do that? That would be a funny. I like rip my shirt off, but there's another shirt underneath it, and then I rip that shirt off, and there's like a third one underneath.
Oh yeah, every plot point has its own shirt.
You could write stuff on the shirts to keep the like plot related. Oh my god, like Batman also just in the background is probably another thing that's just like, what? He's probably just like, what the fuck is going on?
But because they stopped the fucktard bitch cunt, you were right.
What?
Bats, she was right. You know what?
Oh, damn it. I keep trying
there
to,
it
like... is. I'm trying to see if I can get a non-blurred one.
It's too bad we didn't check the video before doing this, because this would have been the perfect thumbnail.
No, because then we'd be too tempted to copy paste this into Twitter and tag Rob going, "This you."
It's almost like every single person who has died, all of this destruction.
Oh no, Batman!
It's all your fault! You dumb, moronic, selfish, decently acted, poorly written bitch!
And then back to color.
Oh my god, this dark cut back to you sitting in there with no shirt.
Just the shame afterwards. Like, okay, let's reset the scene.
I want to know, did you just do a cut?
I would have had. By the way, what's the tattoo of? I just realized you have one on your left arm.
I've got more since filming that. So that's my son's name on that one, and then I've got my daughter's name on my other one. I've got a mental health tattoo on my right wrist, and I've got a Buffy tattoo because I'm a fucking nerd.
Ooh,
it's a good show.
Well, hey, that's something you and Mahler could bond over. He likes Buffy.
Yeah, I mentioned it on the Southpaw one, and all the comments went nuts. We're like, oh, he loves Buffy. Get him on EFAB. Get him on EFAB.
Yeah, we're just waiting.
Buffy's one of those things that Mahler has gone on record multiple times saying that it's a show that he very much endorses. So everyone's like, "Oh my god, common ground! They have common ground! It's happening!"
Like start the bromance. Like start the. I'm more just like, man, the calm down from that anger to just like you just like. I'm just now sitting in my chair, and how did my shirt get off?
Yes, I'm just now seething, shirtless in my living room.
I I'm imagining if you are brought on EFAP, there's just a thing, there's just a video that's just, they're showing the video and it's just pissing you off. You just start feeling your hands move to the bottom of your shirt. Is there no sound? What happened? Oh,
no, just casually pick up a
you threw your mic off.
The whole thing.
Hold on. And the last picture to complete the arc is you picking the shirt back up. We've gone full circle. Rob, you'd have to like print these pictures out and put them next to each other on a wall, framed, and be like, this is the story of what happened at one point of my life. Oh my god.
Don't make me shoot you. Then Amanda shoots some FBI agents because I don't know.
Damn. That is just a mean lady.
Yeah, I always thought it was weird when Waller shot her own people. Like, it's the whole like espionage, oh, you leave no trace, when it's like they're part of your staff. What's going?
Also, the city is in fucking ruins because magic bullshit is coming out of the ground. I think people know.
Yeah.
Will Smith just said that line.
Oh yeah, the mean lady.
I'm gonna eat my own corn poop.
She's mean.
In case anyone, I think he. So Rob, what was that one? I've never heard. I'm gonna eat my own corn poop.
I may have threats. I don't know. I was angry.
I mean,
that's not really the question.
That's not the question.
Of all the things that could come to you in that moment, why that?
Why was that what came out of your mouth?
Suicide Squad makes us do questionable things.
Yeah, it makes you take your shirt off.
Assault Batman and apparently eat your own corn poop.
Oh.
What, I got a hickey or something?
No, just another terrible joke. So Harley gets another text from Joker for her to come out and go to him. She has like a split second of hesitation as she looks to Deadshot, who shakes his head no, but that is it. They have literally no development on this friendship whatsoever. They've worked together just because they've had to work together. There has legitimately been absolutely no signs of them growing to like each other one bit. This is some of the worst writing I have ever seen. Oh, and now it's time to return to those defenses about how the Joker isn't pointless. I've heard some fanboy claim that Joker is needed as Harley has to find her own independence, to split away from him and allow herself to have friends, so he is vital to this film. And to that I say, fucking when?
Sure, okay.
Yeah, that's...
Also, what?
Who is this person?
He needs to be there so that she can not need him. Is that basically?
Yeah, well, so
who the fuck came up with that?
Yeah, who was
Okay,
this
so
friend that
this
came up
was
with this?
So this was a person who I had beef with at the time. That's why I called him some fanboy. But I'm friends with him now, so I can't name him because.
Yeah, I get that part.
Yeah, yeah. He's a cool guy. Just some of his takes on films are a bit like questionable. But I think since this review, he's kind of changed his opinion on the film, but he sees it more of a guilty pleasure. He kind of knows that it's a mess. But he appreciates it anyway. Yeah,
fair enough.
Like I said, there's been no development on the friendships,
scene.
even at the end. But even right now, she jumps at the chance of going back to the Joker. The movie even ends with the bitch jumping back in his arms, making the entire fucking movie completely pointless. The circumstances do not change from the start of the film to the finish, other than Deadshot being able to see his kid. It's entirely goddamn pointless. And what basically happens here is Harley somehow makes it to him completely unharmed. I mean, Look at all these bullets flying everywhere. Deadshot is instructed to kill her and he misses on purpose. Why? They've not developed a goddamn friendship! And it's even worse when they say,
Kill Harley Quinn. Do it for your freedom and your kid.
Oh, she did.
and he still misses! It's your kid or shoot a serial killer! It's your kid or some hoe who murders people, you moron!
Okay, honey. It's me and you.
Maybe it's
Let's
because,
do it.
What is...
He wasn't one of them deaf hoes. If she was a deaf hoe, she'd have been dead.
What the fuck?
The Joker
Well,
always talks like he's got
from
some
what we know
food
about
stuck in the...
Deadshot, that's the only gripe he has with women. Than deaf hoes.
Yeah,
It's
if
the
you're-
only thing he gives us to work with.
Yeah, if you're deaf, he has like he may as well be racking the slide on his rifle all the time. The fucking not slide, the charging handle. Fuck me.
in the back of his throat. Okay, honey, shush me and you. Has he been learning to act from Zod? I will admit though,
I
When
will
she learned
find
to act
him.
on a farm.
I don't know what's worse, the farm one or the I will find him.
Well, that's just funny because it's almost immediately followed with a penis ships.
I always thought it was funny just because it's like almost immediately canceled out. Like, yeah, like I will find him imprisoned.
although Joker normally treats Harley like shit, I do kind of like this newer idea where it's a mutual, albeit dysfunctional love. It's different and I don't really see a problem with that. Oh yeah, and then Joker explodes and obviously dies.
Mission's not over. It is for me. We had a deal.
Yes, and you actually could have been free and probably with your daughter right now if you would have just shot Harley, but it turns out you're a terrible father. And then Harley is left...
Well, I would argue that there's no way Waller was going to go through with that.
Yeah, absolutely not. But even then, bitch needs to die. She fucking kills people, dude.
Well, yeah, yeah. There's a problem no matter what. It's just I don't trust Waller to keep her word. In fact,
Also, the whole reason he didn't do it in the movie is because they were friends at that point, and their friendship is borked.
it's kind of why I actually liked in Assault on Arkham. As soon as they figured out like that Riddler found out how to disarm the bombs, they immediately went like, "All right, fuck it, yeah, let's get this done."
left on the ground, and for a few seconds you can actually see her loneliness and separation from Joker, which she hides before the others show up. It's like she needs a friend, but that's it. It's a few seconds, and again, no friendship is fucking formed! So yes, Joker is entirely pointless in this whole movie. He serves no purpose, none of the plot is affected, other than the ending when he breaks Harley out. They could have had Joker not appear at all, and then right at the end he shows up as a surprise, breaks her out for a cliffhanger ending. But oh wait, this movie doesn't like good ideas.
With my heart returned, I can finish my weapon. Now tell me how to destroy your armies.
Oh my god, it's
Why would you even need to know that if you're building the ultimate mega weapon that never mind.
well, I'm surprised that she's not just undulating right now. It's like, tell me how to make your weapon. I was like, could you kind of stop? I'm way too distracted right now.
I just noticed that she has eyes on her weird
Yeah, I saw
plate
that
hat
too.
thing.
That's kind of creepy, actually.
Do your worst, bitch.
Why would you say that to someone who's capable of destroying the entire world, you stupid bitch?
Just having a laugh?
So
I mean, fair enough. Actually, it's like one last moment of defiance. Where it's like, I'm
Also, it was a very weird thing for Enchantress to even ask. Because, A, what did she expect to get out of it? It's like, oh yeah, to completely dismantle all of our military infrastructure across the world, here's what you do. That's option A, which is really silly because Amanda wouldn't do that, and she probably couldn't because there's a whole intelligence agency she's a part of. And B, why? She's a god. The whole reason she's doing what she's doing is that she will instantly win.
Yeah, it's a bit tismy.
Rick reveals the truth to the others that Enchantress took over his wife's body, and who cares? They gotta get drunk in a bar because they need it, and so do I.
Budweiser?
I was gonna say, like, surely I would need something stronger than a fucking Budweiser.
Yeah.
I mean, if you were gonna go for like
paint thinner.
Well, no. I was gonna just go for like a cider or something, but then again, that's because I was going more for a taste thing because I don't like the taste of beer. Beer is gross. But yeah, it's like why didn't you reach for something stronger? That would have been like if you just pulled out like a bottle of Jack Daniels, because that's what somebody that's part of our community, Critical Drinker. Like, his thumbnail is literally him just holding a bottle of Jack Daniels as he's drinking it.
You know what? I don't actually mind this scene, except for Deadshot clearly pointing out they're the bad guys again. But it's a nice little casual scene where they feel low and just chat. They feel like they nearly accomplished their mission. Well, you didn't. You could have just, killed a murderer and then you would have been back with your daughter by now, but whatever.
You're a little pain in the ass.
But they feel like they're now going to get the blame for the whole thing.
Flag had you chasing a carrot on a stick, homie. You don't know that?
Well, obviously he did. He did know that because he didn't shoot Harley. He didn't listen, he didn't follow the orders. Every line of dialogue makes no sense!
How many people you killed, man?
You don't ask nobody no question like that, S.A.
You ain't never whacked out no women? No kids?
I don't
do
kill
you know
women or
that?
children.
What?
How would Pyro Man know?
Yeah, Diablo would have no way of knowing that, other than, I guess, by reputation. Like, if that's something that's super well known about Deadshot, because I assume
Or maybe those title cards that appeared in their introductions, everyone in the movie could see those too.
Oh yeah, clearly.
It's like, yeah, you guys can see that shit, right? So that means
like, yeah, these letters up here, these letters and numbers. This is.
It's like the title crawl going through space. Somebody's gonna just go through just a movie flying around somewhere, and then suddenly they'll run into Star Wars. It's like, oh.
Okay, first of all, let me just rewind to an earlier scene.
I will knock your ass out. I do not care that you're a girl.
Oh yeah, I'll beat the shit out of them, but I won't kill them. Secondly, it's your child.
That is a pretty big distinction.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's a. If you're gonna have a line, that's not the worst one.
Yeah.
He's got no problem with maiming them.
I mean, Batman.
I will kill them, but I will
maim someone
absolutely
and it's still,
put them on the dirt. Like, okay.
We're kind of like
He's
having.
like, oh, what? You'll punch a baby, but you won't shoot a baby? Look at you, Mr. fucking High Horse. Like, what?
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 Moron! If someone said to me, put a bullet in the head of Kathy Bates from Misery or I'm kidnapping your kid, sorry, that bitch is eating a bullet. Thirdly, you're after the Enchantress, who's a female. And you can say, oh yeah, he's being forced to hunt her down. Technically, he was forced to shoot Harley and didn't. And by the way, after this, Rick actually lets them go and Deadshot chooses to go after Enchantress, who's a woman. What the fuck?
Well,
So
that happened to my eyes.
Yeah, is this like is this a new step on the journey?
This is the relapse.
The descent into madness.
But yeah, okay, so Deadshot is going after Enchantress, who's a woman. Does he even see her as a woman, or is she just like, oh, she's some god witch thing? If he does think that she isn't a woman, she's some super evil being, what the fuck does he think a bullet's gonna do? And if she is a woman, then yeah, it goes against his own rules. So either way, he's fucked.
What the fuck?
When does this end, Flag?
Okay, so Diablo talks about his backstory just 95 minutes in. Yeah, he's got too much power, couldn't control it, no one cares. The only interesting backstories are Deadshot and Harley, but they're barely shown.
And the kids?
He killed them.
Gonna pause for copyright.
Didn't you?
Yeah. Yeah, you must have like had to
he
basically go
did.
through. Yeah, you did
It
very
was
much killed those kids.
the darkest thing in the entire movie, and it just came out of nowhere, and even the characters felt awkward about it.
Yeah, they were just like, oh fuck, he actually really killed the fucking kid.
Own that shit. Own it.
What?
What do you think was gonna happen? Huh?
You're dating the Joker, who kills people on the daily, and now you're having to go Diablo for killing some people. In fact, wait a minute, you killed Robin. I'm not sure how old he is in this timeline, but he's usually relatively young. Get off your high horse, you loony. Oh no, wait, sorry, no, she's not a loony in this. Get off your...
There's the whole point of, right as soon as she says that, Will Smith should feel real fucked up about not shooting her, considering how he feels about killing kids.
Yeah.
A high horse, you perfectly sane yet annoying and, quite bangable bitch. Yeah, she shows no signs of insanity here. None whatsoever. She's acting completely normal.
Outside, you're amazing. But inside, you're ugly.
These are grown adults.
We all are.
Who wrote this?
Yeah.
Oh, it gets worse. This line afterwards as well. Fucking hell.
I've noticed like pretty much every critic has the version of like who wrote this.
For him. He's ugly on the outside too.
Not me, shorty. I'm beautiful.
Yeah, you are.
I always thought that was weird.
It is
like,
one of the weirdest exchanges.
Yeah, it was like Harley hitting on Killer Croc for a moment.
I think it was more just the self
Harley flirts with everyone
Yeah.
because that's part of her thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think it was more just he's like, no, bitch, like I'm awesome, and she's like, hell yeah, you do that thing.
Okay, fair enough.
It's just the way it was worded. It's so awkward. It's except for him, he's ugly on the outside too. He's like, no, I'm not, and she's like, yeah, that's right.
It's like what?
What the fuck?
But you just said he wasn't. And you could say it's a joke, that she's patronising. Oh, of course, you're beautiful. But it wasn't funny. I am genuinely concerned about the mental health of this director. I actually am. I want to go out of my way to find out that he's okay. I really do.
Well, he made Bright, so yeah, he's not okay.
He's got some problems.
He's currently in the fetal position going, get your Shrek ass back to Fiona. Yeah, that's right. He said
no.
He had Will Smith say that.
He also had Will Smith say, what was it, fairy lives don't matter today.
Fairy lives don't matter today.
Yeah, that didn't age well.
No, it did not.
So, oh man, like the one time Lindsay Ellis has made a good video, it was actually about how fucking broken Bright is, and goes in like the history on like how the world building is just completely insane. Like, how the hell would we still have like the crypts? Like the world is fundamentally different from ours, and yet they act like it's not.
Yeah, it's just really weird because you have this fantasy style history where there's like a war against the Dark Lord thousands of years ago, blah blah blah. But all of it didn't matter because the modern day that it led up to looks exactly like our current modern day with like gang violence and street thugs and everything. But all of the black street thugs are now orcs because racial sensitivity, I guess.
Yet there's clearly still clearly the Crips and and also the implication
it's owned deaf as hell.
There's a major implication thing with like the Shrek comment, because then that means Jerry Katzenberg was like unhappy with the Walt Disney Company, so then went and made Shrek. When it's like, wait, but these people actually like but orcs and ogres, like the kind of stuff, like it exists. It's really weird. Like our world ceases to function like normal when this happens.
Also, just you have that world where orcs are like your neighbors, and Shrek is still a movie that gets made and makes sense.
Yeah,
Dude,
I'm telling you, and I know I'm going out on a limb here, but watch End of Watch. It's really good.
I mean, yeah, if you can, I was about to say if you can find a copy, when we literally like exist on the internet where we could just go to Amazon and watch it on Prime.
Someone knows him personally. Someone just send him this video, please, because I'm actually concerned.
You preaching?
So this is where
I would love it if like you got a tweet from David Ayer that was just like, Cinematic Venom, I got your video. I'm doing okay. It's just,
oh no.
You'd wake up, you'd probably be like, what happened? What?
Yeah, I'd be so confused.
He sends you back a picture of your shirtless self, but he signed it. It's like, I'm doing fine. Thanks for checking on me.
We just all get messages from us like, I need one of you to send me the shirtless pics. It's just like, why is David Ayer tweeting me for shirtless Cinematic Venom pics? I'm very uncomfortable.
Flag reveals Deadshot's daughter sent him letters that they kept from him for some reason. And then
So another criticism, that pile should have been way bigger. Ninja brought that up and I definitely agree. Cause
also, did he just have those on him this whole time?
Yes, he did.
Why?
Tism. That's just the answer. Cause Ninja, how long did they say they were in the prison? Like 6 months, right?
At least.
Yeah, that means that would have been a way bigger pile.
he lets them go. Why don't they kill Flag? I mean, they're psychotic criminals. I mean, I can kind of understand why Deadshot and maybe Diablo wouldn't, as they're the only ones who have shown any remorse. But why aren't any of the others at least tempted? They're fucking criminals!
My daughter is going to know that her daddy is not a piece of shit.
You would rather never see her again than shoot a fucking serial killer!
Was that is this the Omega Meltdown?
And that's the vein sticking out. Look at that shit.
Oh, fuck me, yeah. Are you okay?
Look at that.
There's no way you didn't like fucking go to a doctor after that. Check your blood pressure broke the machine.
Oh my god.
Slur, you know you need to like fucking put the anime vein over that now, right? Hold on, let me give you a better picture because I unsized it wrong. Here you go. Give him the.
I'll get on it.
Give him the anime vein. I was about to say surround the entire forehead with the veins, but it was like that makes no sense. Yeah, you fucking lost your mind there for a minute. No wonder the Fitbit actually told you to like calm down, bro.
So they head off to find Enchantress.
If I may make a suggestion, if you ever do this kind of stuff again, also maybe put that picture from The Simpsons, the technical difficulty, and it shows the drunk camera operator instead of just doing the whole like no signal thing.
Yeah.
Boomerang throws a super serious boomerang to see a portal in the sky because of course there's a portal in the sky.
I'm going with you.
You got this.
I'm not asking, bruh.
Academy Award winning Killer Croc sucks. I mean, sure, he looks awesome. I can let the Oscar go. But they have just one joke.
I will not let the Oscar go. This fucking... as much as I have a problem with Star Trek Beyond story, the effects of that film were awesome. And it lost to this. This looks like shit compared to it. Like one of my favorite effects was the fucking the alien whose like skull opened up at the back that revealed the device she had hidden this whole time. It was a really good effect.
I guess I just prefer the iterations of Killer Croc where he's like his head is more
snout like
a croc. Yeah, like an actual crocodile head,
Yeah, let me pull
opposed
up.
to just this.
Let me pull up a picture.
Like in most of the Arkham games, you know, he has kind of more of that going for him, and he's like 12 feet tall. Like that, I can vibe with. But this is just like a dude with scales. You're like, oh, well, okay.
So in terms of like, oh god, I'm quickly looking through. Okay, here's a good one. This is from. As for some reason, this picture is like really. No, show me the big one. Okay, I'll throw it up on screen. Let me throw the cover up. Ooh, this is the Killer Croc from Arkham Knight. That's it's a really good one. Like that's like I prefer this kind of Killer Croc where it's like he's all gnarled and fucking like his teeth are super fucking sharp. He's got the like the really beady eyes, the chains. Well, the chains are optional. But yeah, as opposed to this, like they really, I don't want to just say like lazy and then that just be the end of it, but because clearly some effort was made. It's just they kept enough to make him still look human, which I guess is understandable considering Waylon Jones still is a person technically. He's not a crocodile that turned into a man. It's a man turning into a crocodile.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think they did a good job making his skin look reptilian. It's just maybe this is him like very early on in the transformation. I mean, we don't really know.
If it's going with stereotypical Waylon Jones, then he's had this disease since he was a kid. So he should be pretty gnarly looking now.
A monster who speaks like a monster but says silly things that a monster wouldn't normally say. That's it, and it's never funny!
Yeah, we should get a drink sometime.
And Boomerang hitting on Katana will never be funny! So we see Enchantress gyrating around like she's had a gallon of sugar and then had a seizure. Yeah, I'm not taking this seriously. Before we see false visions of Deadshot killing Batman, Harley marrying Joker, Rick banging the witch, Diablo sees his wife again.
It's not real.
Damn it, Slur. You did the extra mile and even put in a JoJo thing. We're proud of you. Hold on, let me show the chat. Good job, Slur.
I killed the bat. Naomi, you don't want that.
What? I want that.
Okay, that was funny.
But it is our time. The sun is setting and the magic rises. The metahumans are a sign of change.
Lady, you are evil!
Yeah.
How do you make?
That was
that was a line. Like,
yeah,
okay.
Somebody got paid like money to fucking write that down.
Well, again, Will Smith has his own people that come in and like specifically look over all the shit you want Will Smith to say, and apparently they were okay with "Lady, you are evil," and it's just like, I am in the wrong line of work.
I'd immediately be like, I need more cocaine, because clearly that's the only thing sustaining me to keep doing this job.
Will Smith suck! I mean, it's Will Smith, king of the one-liners. He gave us
Welcome to Earth.
And
That's what I call a close encounter.
And now we have
You are evil!
How do you even look at that line, write it, and think, oh yeah, that's worth making it past the first draft? But oh well, some giant ass.
Yeah, that's Will Smith had to read that down and go, "Aight, I'll do that."
Egyptian dude attacks them.
I lost one family, I ain't gonna lose another one.
When? Fucking when? When did you connect with any of these close enough to be family? Close enough to be friends, let alone family? I have a stronger relationship with my girlfriend's ex-fucking boyfriend. But Diablo somehow turns into some giant-ass monster. Could have done with that earlier, but whatever. The more bastards...
Yeah, they don't explain that in the fucking slightest. If they actually explained the fucking demon that possesses him, and then gives him his power, then this wouldn't have come out of nowhere. But man, would context have even, like, I'm trying to think if context would have fixed that.
They just wanted to hold it off for a big reveal at the end. That's the only reason they didn't, like, foreshadow it at all or do anything like that. But it's like they could have done something during the initial intro of explaining his powers. You know,
right.
that he's tied to some kind of, fire god or fire demon or something.
What's weird
Even just
is, like,
a little throwaway line would have been enough.
What's kind of weird is that they do kind of show that form when Boomerang's just like, why didn't you help out? And Diablo waves his hand. We do see the demon in the flame. Like, that's about it, really.
Its attack while the witch tries to take over the world. Oh, well.
I always thought that was funny. It's like, eat bullet.
I just realized I've been muted this whole time. Hi.
Hello.
I'm an idiot.
Hi, how you doing? So what were you trying to contribute to the conversation there, pal?
Don't worry about it. It's fine.
No, I want to. No, you've been like. No, I want to. I want to hear
the rest of the class.
Yeah, you're passing notes. Come on, passing notes with yourself.
I should have just kept my fucking mouth shut. It's like I was just being quiet for a moment. Don't worry about it.
I like to imagine you guys have just been like, you've just been behind your muted mic going like, oh, I see how it is. You're not gonna let the Irishman talk. We're just like, man, Slur's being real quiet.
I just over here losing my shit and my shirt. Just like, why you can't play? I wanted to say something, you motherfucker.
Why are you shooting at her? She's a woman.
For the last time, join me or die.
Well, and also they did a pretty good job of showing that his one and only power is basically useless. Like, he just shot her a bunch of times and it did nothing.
That's what I said. Is like, he either thinks she's a woman, like a normal mortal human woman, in which case no shooty, or she's a fucking god being, in which case also no shooty. What does he think he's gonna do here?
I still just think it's funny how, like, I take this.
Well, again, that's why it was so much more interesting for these people to basically just be expendable government assets dealing with fucked up, corrupt government bullshit, rather than them trying to tackle super-powered encounters.
Actually, yeah, Rob, have you ever actually seen Assault on Arkham?
Haven't, no.
Imagine this movie, but actually competent. That's Assault on Arkham. It's actually pretty good.
Okay.
Yeah, we should show it to you sometime.
Yeah.
I'm not much of a joiner, but...
Oh, but remember, this movie is about Harley gaining her independence and gaining friends. But we're now 2 hours in, and she just said she's not a joiner.
There's just one teeny problem. You mess with my friends.
There has been no signs of any of them forming any friendship with any of them! They've been dysfunctional this whole fucking time! Oh, well, she cuts the...
Wow,
okay, now hold on, Rob. Hold on, because I feel like we've clearly seen both ends of the spectrum now. Sam and Frodo, too much friendship.
God damn it!
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Everybody's made their pot shot now about the Lord of the Rings. Like, it's happened now.
So now we know where the one line of the spectrum is and where the other end of the spectrum is.
We need something in between. That's what we
exactly.
Need.
That's what we need. Something in
A
between.
firm believer in the middle ground of friendship. We get it.
Yes.
Oh my
Cinematic
god.
Venom, no homo.
Yes, no homo.
No, the funniest thing is the problem being is, like, I've been really thinking about this. It's gonna be quite a while before you're gonna be able to really shrug off the for what happened, basically.
Yeah.
Like, if you get on
once
EFAP,
it all gets talked out on EFAP, it'll be more or less put to bed, because you've kind of done the rounds at this point of just talking about it and being like, it's fine now.
yeah, I was more going to say, like, we haven't really given up on Free with the whole no thing, but it's like there's a difference
Well, it's
between
because
that.
he keeps doing it. It's also just how he says that word, so he can't help it.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, yeah, there's a difference between those two takes. I do hope, like, sooner or later, like, it's not used against you, because it's like, because we're having fun here. You clearly realized.
I mean, as much as it could be, I would guess it already has been. So
it's already
from here on in, it's fine. Unless you come out with something more abhorrent, which, you know, you do you, I guess.
No, what if he turns out, like, Rob just wakes up the next day and he's just like, you know what? Now I'm gonna say, like, he just comes up with an even more, like, Empire Strikes Back is a shitty movie. You'd immediately just have your computer would just be like, Wyatt wants to know your location.
Out and saves the day while the Justice League are busy playing Fortnite or something. Oh, and bear in mind earlier, he was promised his daughter and freedom.
Oh man, there's a really example of really bad dialogue. Flag puts his hand on Deadshot's shoulder. Her heart's out. We can do this now. It's just like, oh, that was bad. that was some tism right there.
And missed on purpose to sabotage their mission, but now he imagines his actual daughter in front of him begging him to not shoot, and he still does it anyway! This is actually a throwback to earlier where Deadshot claims that he doesn't believe in love. So now he has a dilemma. If he kills her, he may never see his daughter again, but has saved her life. But if he doesn't kill her, the world still ends. No, this makes no fucking sense! It's meant to be him feeling love, but it makes no goddamn sense! Oh, and they even have time to beg for Rick's wife back as if we still care. This witch bitch has had about 3 deaths at this point.
They weren't married, but fair enough for getting that confused, considering we don't really understand their relationship. So it's... no.
Get on with it! Just in case you're concerned, though, she does get rescued.
I thought I killed you.
I thought I killed you.
You killed Cinema. Then Amanda shows up. Holy shit, this has more endings than Return of the King. But she offers 10 years.
Oof.
Wow. Oh, we're
this time you brought it up.
Oh yeah, that was my bad.
Oh, we're gonna eventually forgive him for the Lord of the Rings. It's more endings than Return of the King. All our heads just whip right back to you.
I mean, it does still work on its own as a point. You know, Return of the King has a lot of endings because it's a very long story wrapping up. This is a lot of endings
with almost no story
pardon
wrapping
the
up.
pun, but for no reason.
Yeah, I just find the coincidence insanely funny. Just like we all just turned right to you, Rob. Just like, so you. This wasn't just a one thing. This was just this was like a thing that was like about to manifest itself. This is a build-up.
Years off their sentences as a reward and any other requests they want.
Darling, I'm walking out of here free man, or we're gonna start having some real fun.
Why don't we have some fun?
Let's reboot the Terminator franchise again after your one sucked.
Hey!
Then we cut to Deadshot helping his daughter with her homework, Queen plays for absolutely no reason, Joker breaks her out, and my misery is over. This is just inexcusable. There's no words. Honestly, this is just shit. There's nothing to the characters, which is a real shame because from a non-comic book fan, I'd love to learn more about them. It's boring, the jokes aren't funny, the Joker is entirely pointless, there's good ideas hidden deep beneath, but wow, it's just a waste of time, money, and effort. Stay clear at all costs. This has been Cinematic Venom. Thank you so much for watching. Please consider donating to Patreon to help support this channel, and join us next time where we'll rewind the clock and maybe poke fun at DC a bit more.
What was the movie you did after this? If you happen to remember, I'll throw up the.
I think it was BVS. I think I might be wrong.
So this January 27th, 2019. Then BVS is right there.
February next month.
Yeah.
Yeah, that must have been it.
So we made it.
We did.
Yeah, we've indeed made it. This is quite a journey. And meanwhile, we just turn and Rob's just shriveled up in the corner due to his own cringe.
No, it wasn't all bad.
Well, no, it wasn't.
Most
No,
of this we
yeah.
actually agreed with.
Yeah, yeah, most of your review was all right. There were just tiny little things that were just like, what about that one and that?
Also, why are you shirtless now?
Yeah, yeah.
I'm sad.
I think I'm gonna call that the highlight of the video when you just like suddenly just started pulling your clothes off.
Apparently, that's the thing to do when you're just really mad.
Yes. Right. I'm gonna have to go because it is like
Yes.
midnight now.
Yeah, fair. Yeah, fair. Yeah, that's fine. Thank you so much for
thanks.
joining us.
Thanks for having me.
No problem.
It's been fun.
Yeah. So,
do you want to plug yourself before you leave?
Yeah, let's get the information out of the way because I put your Twitter in. Do you want me to put like the new YouTube, or do you want me to just go ahead and just put Cinematic Venom in the description?
Well, you can. Let me get the link here. So this is the new channel.
Yeah, because you said after the documentary, you were pretty much you were done with Cinematic Venom, right?
Yeah, for the foreseeable. I'm not opposed to like bringing it back, but I'd need a very good reason to. I have no interest in it at the minute.
Do you want to plug the fundraiser that you're doing for your
Oh yes.
your sister-in-law?
Thank you. Let me find that link.
Yeah, because I've liked that quite a lot. I'll go ahead and just post this in the chat. That's Rob's new channel. And somebody remind me before we all close up to put that in the stream description.
I'm having trouble finding the link. One sec.
No problem. So we're probably going to talk about this way later. Slayer Ninja, are you guys excited for the rest of Falcon and Winter Soldier, or are you guys pretty much just? Is it kind of just gonna be a disaster like WandaVision was?
This is more fun as a train wreck, but knowing it's going to be a train wreck from start to finish does not encourage me.
Yeah, I guess I'm glad it's only 6 episodes, but I'm
What is
already. Yeah, apparently it's only 6 episodes long, but the episodes are longer, so they're not like WandaVision was. But yeah, I was not a fan of the first episode. There was a lot of things. More damage to the characters, more damage to the world building. Just really not good things going on. And it's like all of that happened in the very first episode, so that doesn't give me a lot of hope. Maybe I'm waiting to see what happens like once they actually start doing the whole buddy cop shtick, like once they're kind of doing the team thing, maybe it'll get better, but so far the first episode has not given me a lot to be optimistic about.
Just a second before you say anything, Slayer. Rob, would you if you posted the link, would you like to describe what this is going on?
Yeah, so I'm running the London Marathon in October. I'm raising money for Hospice UK. My sister-in-law passed away from cancer a couple months ago. And Hospice, Hospice UK were a charity that helped out a lot. So I'm raising money. I need £2,000 a minimum, otherwise I can't run it. And I've currently raised, I think, 720, something like that. I'm nearly halfway there. But yeah, the link should be below.
Yes.
Good shit.
Yeah, Slayer, you should run it with him.
I'm in a different country, you tool.
Hey,
we know all European people. You're all part of the UK. It's all the same thing.
You'll find a way over there. It's just a hop skipping away from Ireland to
not
England.
In the coop times, it's not.
Oh, that's right. You guys are in super lockdown again. Whereas at least I can go
Ours
outside.
was extended to June, I think.
Oh my god.
Yep.
actually, Rob, before you go, I actually do have a question because I was watching like a heel versus babyface video. Are people really getting arrested just for just kind of hanging out near like the beaches and having like a cup of coffee during this lockdown? Like that's
I don't think they get arrested, but you can get fined. Like it's actually in my town about a month ago. People went early to a McDonald's and it was 2 different households in one car, and they went to get a McDonald's breakfast at like 5 a.m. or something, and they got caught and they were fined £800. Now that is a very expensive McDonald's breakfast.
That's my God.
Yeah, fines are quite strict.
Yeah, it's okay. Jesus. Okay, yeah, we'll let you go. We'll let you go get some very much needed sleep. You're free.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
No
Thanks
problem.
for coming. It was a lot of
Take
fun.
care.
Take care.
Do we have anything that we want to keep doing? A little chatty chat, or are we thinking of calling it quits as well? Because
I mean, I'm also getting a little bit tired.
Yeah,
so
yeah, fair enough.
definitely
Yeah,
gonna-
fair enough. Yeah, as I quickly need to just readjust Discord anyway. Yeah, thank you all so much for for watching us. For watching the stream. And we'll all see you next week. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.